Hey guys, welcome back to another pick a card. We're very excited for this one. We've been working on this one for a while. So this pick a card is actually themed around a Monsta X album that came out in December of last year. So this is the dreaming, which is basically what are you dreaming about? Where are you at with progress on that? And then any advice that your guides have for you. So it's going to be all about like your deepest dreams or like your soul's dreams. It is Monsta X themed. So it is themed after one of our favorite K-pop groups, which if you're new to our channel, then this will be introductory for you. But if you're not, then you're probably used to seeing them because we've done a lot with them. But basically, this is going to be themed around their most recent English album. We are going to go into a little bit about them here in a second, but I'm going to hold these up first so that for those of you that just want to pick a pile, then you can do that. Otherwise, we're going to go into kind of a little bit about them, and then we will do your piles individually, obviously. And then, of course, if you are attracted to more than one of these piles, feel free to pick as many piles as you want. Doesn't matter. This is also a timeless reading. So when you are viewing this, it doesn't matter when you found it or how old it is. It's for whatever time you found it at. It's the perfect time for you. And then, of course, if the messages don't resonate for you or they make you feel anxious or they just don't sit right, then that's probably not a message for you. We tend to basically like what we do is we channel messages, right? But if something doesn't feel right for you, then it's not meant for you, which means that maybe one of the other piles was, or, maybe that was for somebody else that was watching that pile. That's not you. Because we do channel for whoever watches our video, which there's more than, it's not a personal reading, but basically leave it up to your discretion as to what resonates for you and what doesn't. And know that if it makes you feel anxious, it's not for you. That's something that we kind of wanted to start putting in there. That, if any of the messages don't come across that way, we just want you to know that it's okay to be like, oh yeah, that's not for me. So be discriminatory towards that. But we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you the piles. So we have 4 different piles. Each of these is a song and then some lyrics from The Dreaming, which is their album. So for pile 1, it is About Last Night is the name of the song. And it says, I was undone. God, it feels right being so wrong. And I realized all the blurry nights are when I feel alive. Hold that up for you. And it's also orange. So if you go based on color. So for pile 2, the song is Secrets, which funny thing about Monsta X is they actually have 3 songs called Secrets. So just, be discerning with that and know that this is the one from The Dreaming. But the lyrics are, let's start from scratch. Let's do this right. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. But this could be different. Just saying, in case you go look them up, look for the English version Secrets from The Dreaming. The third pile is The Dreaming. So this is the title song. And it says, is it the knowing? Is it the seeing? Or is it the dreaming? If you've got the answer, let us all know. And then the last pile is the song Blame Me. And it says, look at you, looking like a daydream on my mind, monthly, weekly, nightly, and daily. So feel free to pick one or multiple of those piles. Each pile, we are going to do Oracle. We have Tarot. We have the astrology section. And then at the end, we'll do our stickers like we usually do. And then there's 2 different decks. One of them is lyrics from each of the songs. So each group gets 2. So if you pick a group, remember that they all have different. So that might be more incentive for you to pick more than one if you're interested. And then the star ones over here, these have quotes from the members. And then they also have channeled messages. And then Lena's going to be doing channeled messages throughout. So you can kind of see if any of those link up as well. But yeah, so hopefully if you want to, you can pick one of those now. But I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about Monsta X. So just go in here. Now, if you're new to Monsta X, basically, Monsta X is a K-pop group, and they currently are signed under Starship Entertainment. They were formed as a 7-member group from the show called No Mercy, which No Mercy started airing in 2014 and ended in 2015, with the final 7 members being chosen from that show. Their debut date was May 14th of 2015. They currently consist of 6 members, and their lineup includes Shonu, who's currently on military leave, Minhyuk, Ki-hyun, Hyungwon, Juhani, and then I am. So those currently are the 6 members that are in there. Originally, they had 7, but Wonho left the group in November of 2019, and he's currently a soloist. And we do have a pick a card planned for him pretty soon as well. So that's pretty exciting. But basically, as a group, they've achieved widespread success in South Korea as well as internationally. So they're kind of known for being a little bit bigger on the international scale. They have a ton of music out, and they put out a bunch over the last 7 years. And so their discography includes 10 mini albums, like Korean, 4 Korean full albums, 3 Japanese albums, and then 2 English language albums as well. And then, of course, they have countless solo songs that they do, but currently that is their discography. Many of the members also have solo projects that they do. So some of them have actually debuted as soloists, such as I Am, which if you watched last week's reading, you got all sorts of information about him. And then Juhani also has solo stuff that he's done. And then I know that Minhyuk and Ki-hyun usually do OSTs, but they both have some other stuff that they put out. And then Wani is also a DJ, Hyungwon. So he has that. And then they all do different shows. So for instance, a couple of them are hosting radio shows right now. Minhyuk used to be an MC for a couple of different shows, and he has his own show for a while. So they're kind of all over the place doing all sorts of things. But basically, when they're not doing Monsta X stuff, they're all doing their individual things on top of it. But yes, lots of activities. Their most recent release was December 10th of 2021. They released The Dreaming, which is the album that this is about, and it is an English language album. So the full album is 10 songs, and it was released, like I said, back in December, and it coincided with the release of a documentary film by the same name. So also Monsta X, The Dreaming. And that film was actually made for the fandom, which is named Mon Bébé, which means my love in French. So in case you've ever wanted to know, if you ever hear them talk about Mon Bébé, that's who they're talking about. The documentary was shown worldwide, so it was international. So it was shown in theaters all over the place, and I think they showed it for 2 weeks. Is that right? I think it was 2 weeks. And then they also did an online showing for people that weren't able to make it to the actual theaters. So that was really exciting. Lena and I both actually went and saw it in theaters in the US where we're at. So, and then The Dreaming itself debuted at number 21 on the US Billboard 200, which was the second time that they've had music debut on the US Billboard 200. The first time was when they released their English album, their first one. It was called All About Love. They released that in February of 2020. And that actually did really, really well. So if you haven't listened to that, we highly recommend. Currently, they're participating in activities right now in South Korea. And they're also preparing for their North American tour, which starts in May 21st of 2022 in New York City. And then I think they have 9 shows. So they'll be in North America for about a month, and then they'll go back, which that tour has been rescheduled from February. So they've been kind of pushing that back due to everything that's going on. So we're hoping that they make it here, but that is their current plan. But hopefully that gives you kind of an idea about them. Obviously, there's a ton of content. Like they have variety shows, they have interviews, they have all sorts of music, they have music videos, they have all sorts of stuff. So if you want to check them out, we highly encourage you to. A lot of their stuff you can find obviously on Spotify, YouTube, Amazon Music, wherever you listen to music or watch content, you can find them there. They're also pretty hilarious. They're on TikTok. I highly encourage you to follow them because they're very funny. But yeah, hopefully you check them out and you like them as much as we do. but that's kind of our little lowdown on who Monsta X is. But we will go ahead and we're going to go into the reading. So pick a pile, any pile, and what we're going to do is we're going to start with pile 1. So hopefully we will see you there.
Bye.
If you picked pile 1, then you picked about last night, which your quote is, "I was undone, God, it feels right being so wrong. And I realized all the blurry nights are when I feel alive." So that's the quote that you picked. Now, obviously, if you skipped the intro, then you're probably going to be like, what is this? And basically, this reading is themed all about like what your soul is dreaming of, what are your dreams, where are you at in the progress with those, and basically, you know, how can you help the process go smoother, or what can you do to make it happen or to move forward. And then, of course, any advice that your guides have for you on your dreams and how to make them happen. Or if you're already chasing them, basically how to, like, you know, maybe rest and do some self-care if you need to. But yeah, so we're going to do Oracle. We have Tarot, we have an astrology section, and then at the end we'll do stickers, and then we have our special cards that we made. And then Lena, of course, is doing channel messages throughout. If you didn't watch the intro, this is a timeless reading. So whenever you find this, it is meant for you. And then, of course, take any messages as they resonate. And if something doesn't seem like it's for you, then it's probably not. So, you know, just be discerning. But we will go ahead and we'll get started. So the first part is going to be kind of a vibe check. And it's going to tell us kind of what your current, you know, where are you at with your dreams? What are your dreams, first of all? So like, what dreams do you have? And maybe a little information for you that we can get off of it. Now, if this doesn't sound like you at all, then it's probably isn't your pile. And I would say if you were drawn to any of the other ones, to check one of those out. Get started. Oh, interesting. Okay. So your first card is the Ocean. And then, of course, we're doing live shuffling. So if you don't hear anything for a hot minute, it's because we're shuffling out cards. Okay. So you got Love, and then you also have Delight. Very pretty. Yeah, it's just taking a second here. So far, what I can tell from your dreams is you have a depth of emotion that you're kind of bringing to the surface. And I think that there's a part of you that really, really wants to experience a very like playful, free, like romantic kind of love. But I think you also have kind of like a love for just life in general. Like you kind of want to have like that playful, fun life where everything is just, you know, good, and you can feel your emotions, and like you can feel them very deeply. And I think that you want to feel like that lightness, but also that, you know, just like deep love. You have I Remember, which is Soul Plan, the fated life versus the destiny life. And then they told me to take the bottom of the deck. You have the Seas of Mintaka, which is seeing potential, bringing unconsciousness to light. I feel like some of you don't even realize that you have this dream deep inside you, or if you do, like it might be one that you don't really acknowledge. You got Eternal Energy. Okay. You have the Selkie. You have a lot of water references, like a lot. And then on that Selkie card, I'll read that in a second. I'm not as familiar. So this is the Dreamscape Oracle that Selkie card came out of. And it's a new deck for me. So I'll be reading that one from the deck to let you know what it means. And see if it lines up a little bit with what we get. Okay. Oh, and then for your animal card, you have the Phoenix. And then I'm going to get you a dream affirmation as well. Okay. And then your dream card is connect. I create strong emotional connections with the important people in my life. So I'm going to move that and stick that there. Okay, yeah. So there's this longing for you for a connection, like a deeper, more emotionally fulfilling, satisfying, like lighthearted, playful connection. And I feel like a lot of you may not have acknowledged that yet, or you may be just starting to acknowledge it. And I think that once you know, it's not that you haven't made a lot of progress, because I think this group has done a lot of internal work. And I think that for this group, most of the internal work that you're working on right now and like making this happen is just accepting the fact that like it's okay for you to want this thing. And I feel like for a lot of you, you may just be understanding your feelings more recently. Like, I feel like for a lot of you, there's been a lot of diving into your emotions and kind of feeling like it's like an endless ocean. Like it just kind of goes on and on and on and on, and you have such depth to you. And I think you've had to learn what all of that depth is and what's in there and how to work with it and how to help, like, let it help you to transform things. And I feel like you have this Phoenix, you have this eternal energy. And I think there's this fire that's been lit in there. And so even though we're talking about like a lot of water, I feel like it's you're balancing like water and fire. And I think that you've gotten a pretty good balance with it for most of you, but now it's just about kind of integrating them together and allowing yourself to receive the things that you're really dreaming of. Because I think you understand your dreams and you understand what you want and you understand what your soul is calling for, but it might be more of a accepting that it's possible for you and accepting that you want such a deep thing. Like, not that like you're, it's not that you're shallow, it's not that you haven't had depth before. I think it's just that you're ready for something to kind of infiltrate the ocean that's inside of you. And I think that that could be a little scary because maybe you've never let somebody get down into the depths like that before. But I think that it's your soul's calling and your soul's dream to have a connection with someone or with multiple people where you connect on such a deep level that you feel heard and seen and that you feel like you're with your soul family. Like that's kind of the vibe that I'm picking up off of these. And I'm going to read the Selkie just so that we kind of see what that's about as well, since I'm not familiar with it. Which it is a mermaid, if I'm correct here. And it says, in Scottish mythology, Selkies are shape-shifting creatures who can change from seals to humans. Okay, so it's a seal, human, by shedding their skin. Myths say that if a man finds a female Selkie's discarded skin, they can marry the Selkie while she's in her human body. The man hides the skin, trapping her against her true nature, never allowing her to return to the sea and her kin. The only way for a Selkie to receive her freedom is to find and take back her skin. Male Selkies are unusually handsome and lure women to them. They are also where we get the myth of the merfolk. Oh yeah, so mermaids. Meaning is feeling like your freedom is compromised or there feels like there's a loss of self-control. And I think that goes kind of along with what I was saying. Like you might be kind of afraid of those depths or you might feel like it might be like you feel like you've never really been able to let anybody in because people don't understand you. And that's kind of what I'm getting with like the shedding of the skin and like being able to shift between the two. I feel like you want people to see that seal part of you, but nobody understands that that seal part of you is actually a person. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but it makes sense to my brain. So basically, like, you have these two parts of you, and you want someone who's going to be able to accept you for both of those parts. And I think that you've never been able to show them that you're both of these things. Like, they either have gotten you're one or the other. And I think that it's time that, you're shedding that skin and letting them know what the inside looks like, but still allowing them to embrace both sides of you. Like, it's very much like you have this, you're transforming and allowing yourself to be a lot more open to connections.
Okay, so what I want to say is that I definitely agree with everything that Becca said, but one thing that I want to add about the Selkie card is that for some of you, probably not all, but for some of you, because that Selkie card talked a lot about being trapped kind of against your will. I think for some of you, because you seem to have this part of you that you show people and then a depth that you don't, I think there could even be a fear of commitment. And it doesn't mean that like you've never committed to things before or you've never been in a relationship, because I actually feel like you're super committed. I think that you guys are the type of people that like you get ish done, like, but I think when it comes to getting to your depths, to like who you really are, I think there's a fear of being stifled, and that someone will see you, and then like using the Selkie as an example, they're going to hold your skin hostage so that you can't be yourself and like go back to like, to your depths, to your roots, like who you actually are. And I think that Spirit wants to let you know that like you are in control of that, and that you can walk away from anyone or anything or any opportunity that isn't right for you, but that it's really more of a fear, and that you don't have to worry because you've, like Becca was saying, you've been doing really well at balancing. You've been doing really well at taking care of yourself. And so you're attracting in the right people and the right opportunities and the right things that are going to allow you to shine. And so it's okay to kind of, if it feels right, it's okay to open yourself up, because it's very unlikely that you're going to be betrayed if you're really trusting like how you actually feel. I have just a few channeled messages for you guys, but I have campfires, kites, the song Yellow Submarine by the Beatles, Home by Ed Sharp and the Magnetic Zeros, a crown, like not the crown chakra, but just actually like a crown, like a king's crown or a queen's crown. They also showed me that your hard work is paying off card that's from the Moonology deck. I don't know if that's the full moon or the new moon, but they want you to know that your hard work is paying off. It's funny that Becca was talking about all the water, because they had also shown me like an iceberg, and how like people like see the tip of the iceberg and they think, oh, that's all of you, like you're so cute, but really, like she mentioned, there is such this huge depth underneath that a lot of people don't see, and that like you're starting to be ready to share. And I think Spirit just really wants to encourage you to do that, like that it's going to be safe to express and share those dreams and share those parts of yourself, because you're meant to.
I definitely agree. And I wanted to mention that with this Eternal Energy card and the Phoenix, like that makes me think of the song that you chose, because it's all about like feeling alive. And then you have like Delight too. And I kind of feel like for this group, there's a real want to feel alive, and to feel like you're able to be fully yourself. But I wanted to point that out because I thought that was really interesting that it kind of went along with your lyrics that you chose.
Mm-hmm. I don't. After you said alive, my brain went staying alive, staying alive. So maybe that's a message for some of you.
If you're tired, it's gonna be okay. You're gonna get through it, and you're gonna stay alive. I promise.
Yep.
Okay. So basically this section is going to be the astrology section. So this is going to be all about like, where are you on the path to getting this dream? Or maybe some information spirit wants to give you about the path that you're on currently, or about the dream in general. You have Jupiter return, which is benefits. Ooh, that's great. That's a great card to get. Okay, one more, please.
Also, it's 11:11 here right now as we're filming, so I want to mention that in case that's a confirmation for some of you guys.
Yes, and it's 1:11 here where I'm at, so that could be a double confirmation for you. Aries, I am, which is the first sign in the zodiac, just to let you know. You have 49 and then 13. So this is 4 and 3. Yeah, 3. No, these are both 13. These are both 4. Sorry. I can't do math.
I just did the math. I was like, wait, they're both 13 though. And then
you would think I would know that because I was born on the 13th in September, and that equals 9 plus 4, which equals 4. But that's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. You got. Aw, well, that's really soft. You are good enough, which is the full moon in Virgo.
Hey, I didn't even know Becca was using this deck today, so that's funny that I saw that card.
I would laugh if it came out, but I don't know if it will. Oh my god.
Did it really? Hey,
your hard work is paying off. New moon in Capricorn.
Thank you, Spirit, for that.
Just so that you can see the bottom of the deck, a win-win outcome is in the forecast. So Yay. That's a great sign. You guys have some great energy for your dream here. Okay, get these. Okay. You have Leo, which Leo could be Leo season. It could be talking about where Leo's at in your chart. It could be about if you have any signs in Leo. But it could also be talking about a couple other things that we'll get into. If you don't have any of these signs, don't panic, by the way. You have vertex, which is karmic point, synastry, fated connections, and turning point.
Okay, I have to say it. I definitely think that if you picked this group, you're someone who, I think the dream that you have is soul connections, like Becca was saying, and meeting people in your soul family, having kids, getting married. Like, I feel like for a lot of you who picked this, probably your work life is really, really good. So if you're still here and you're like, oh, I wanted to know about work, I would say probably not this one, because this is very strongly, like, to me, like finding your own power, and you found it, and now you're wanting to share that with someone else.
I'm laughing. 7th house.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Libra and Venus energy. This is the house of partnerships. Here's where we can see the personal relationships that involve commitment or cooperation of some sort. Marriage, spiritual union, agreements, societies, and business partnerships. And then it's I relate. Okay, and then just to show you bottom of the deck in case you wanted confirmation. So if you have Pisces in your chart, that came out. And then I'll get 2 star cards for you guys. Okay, you have Vega, which is virtue and proficiency. Dance to the rhythm of your spirit and become one with the universe. One more. Okay, and then the other one you have, this is Virgo and Libra energy, and it's called Esmek, which is healing and dissolution. Treat your healing with resilience. Rub your bruises gently. So that's Venus and Mars. And then this one is Mercury and Venus. And then it's Capricorn energy. So you might have Capricorn in your chart. But yeah, I would say on the path to where you're going, like, you're doing a great job. Just, I'm going to throw that out there right away. Like, you have the your hard work is paying off card. And you have vertex, which vertex is a turning point. Yes. So it's basically talking about like it's a karmic point in your synastry. So if you get a synastry chart, which is, if you don't know about astrology, a synastry chart is when you take two people and you put their chart together and you see how they will relate to each other. So it tells you like where the strengths and weaknesses in that relationship or friendship or whatever you're running, where those are at and how to kind of work with them and work with the energy of the relationship. If you're somebody who is interested in getting a synastry chart, like let's say you just met someone that you started dating and you're kind of interested in it, then you can ask them and they might be interested too. And it's really cool to see what kind of information you can get, which we offer them. So just a little shout out there. But you have, one thing is you have the "you are good enough" card, which for me, that tells me like kind of what I was saying earlier, where there might be a part of you that's kind of still wondering if you are able to have this relationship or to have these friendships or these karmic, like not karmic, these soul connections that you want. And this is basically telling you like, yes, you are able to have these. Jupiter return is a beautiful time. So when you get a Jupiter return and we're asking about like where you're at on your path, that is the benefit card, because Jupiter is the planet of luck. It's the planet of expansion. It's the planet that rules over Sagittarius. So it's about, it can be about like learning and religion and spirituality and things like that. But for me, when I see this come up as far as like where you're at on your journey, this is saying like there are a lot of good things coming into your life and you probably don't even realize how close things are. And when you have like the Aries I am, like that's the first sign of the zodiac, but that's the new beginning card. So Aries is all about new beginnings. And so I feel like you have all of these things that are like right here. And I don't know that you really realize it right now, because I think you might be worried that you're not able to receive those things. But Spirit is saying like, no, they're right here. You're going to receive them regardless. Like, don't worry about it. You are good enough to have this. It's, you know, this is something that's meant for you. It is supposed to be in your life. Like it is part of, you had the card about like destiny and you have soul connection information in here. And so I feel like Spirit is basically saying like, no, like you're connected and these things are meant for you. And like, you're doing a great job. And like, they're super proud of you. Like your spiritual team is like patting you on the back. And I think they're saying like, you might have a tendency to be kind of hard on yourself when it comes to this. Like you might be someone that kind of likes to go in there and keep digging. Like you might keep trying to dive to the bottom of the ocean and like you've already been down there and you know what's in there already. And I think Spirit, because they talked about like treating your bruises gently, like I think that they want you to be gentle with yourself, like be kind to yourself and be patient with yourself. Because I think that one thing that people don't realize is that when you get into a relationship, you're not going to be fully healed. Like you're not going to just magically be like, I'm perfect. I'm the best person ever to be in a relationship with, and I'm going to have zero problems and it's going to be perfect. It's like, that doesn't exist. Like, I hope that doesn't burst your bubble or like discourage you, because it's not discouraging. It just means that if you're waiting for yourself to be fully healed, or if you're continually trying to heal because you think that you can't be in a relationship until you are like completely ready, I'm here to tell you that you probably won't ever be 100% ready. And so I think that, you know, that's just kind of about being patient with that and knowing that whoever you end up with, whether that be soul family, friendships, relationships, like whoever these or this connection is that's coming into your life, like they're meant to be there and they're going to be somebody that can make you feel good about yourself regardless of where you're at on your own personal journey. And I think there's going to be a lot of realizations that come from this relationship and a lot of healing that comes from this or these relationships. And I think you're going to learn a lot about like how awesome you actually are, and how much healing you've actually already done. And I think that that's something that Spirit's trying to kind of bring to your attention is like, you've already done a ton of work. You're doing a great job. Just go easy on yourself and recognize that you've done a great job. Now, as far as like timing goes, I always say take timing with a grain of salt. You have a huge variety of time frames here. But you have Virgo and Leo, which is in the late July, August, September area. You have Aries, which is in like late March, early April. You have Capricorn, which we just came out of Capricorn season. It goes from mid-December to mid-January. Jupiter is Sagittarius, which is late November to mid-December. So you have like a huge variety going on. And then of course the seventh house, if you're looking at Libra, that's in October. So I don't really have a great time frame for you. But you know, I always say they like to keep things a mystery for a reason. And I think that this stuff is coming so fast that I don't think a time frame is going to matter. But and it might be spread out too. Like you might meet a few people and then meet like your person through them. Like it might be that you have multiple things coming in over the next like year. So just keep that in mind. But that's kind of the time frame I'm getting. But as far as where you're at on the journey, like you're basically just getting a pat on the back and being told to keep going because you're doing a great job.
One thing that I didn't really get any channel messages except for these two, which ironically did have to do with timing, so that's hilarious. Well, no, one had to do with timing, one doesn't. So one is for those of you who are looking for your person, or you know, manifesting them and just, you know, doing your own thing while you know, or you're wanting them to come into your life. For a good chunk of you, it might be through something work related. It doesn't mean that like they're going to be a new business partner. They could be a new coworker. They could be this, but it also could be that like, say that you work in a furniture shop, like they could come in and be a new customer and you guys just get to chatting and then you guys kind of hit it off and then you know, end up getting the courage to ask them out or they get the courage to ask you out and then you go and like that's how you meet. So it could be some opportunity lining up through that. And then Spirit said there are some of you that are watching this that are already in a relationship and in a good relationship. And you guys, because we have Leo with the fifth house here, and we had the love card already like in the beginning, and then we have expansion as well there, and then Aries, which is the baby of the zodiac. They're saying that some of you are here because you're wanting to expand your family and like have a child, or maybe it's get a pet or whatnot, but it feels more like children because the fifth house Leo represents children. And for that, I heard them say very clearly conception in July. So I don't know what that means, whether that means that that's when they're gonna like actually conceive your idea and start working on it. That means that you're going to conceive in July. For some, I heard adoption in July. So maybe you'll decide to adopt at that time or your adoption will go through. It's kind of wide, but they were very clear on that. And so I wanted to make sure that we mentioned it. Because if you're like, oh, I'm already in a committed relationship, maybe this file isn't for me. I wanted to know about kids. I wanted to make sure that we addressed that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a very good point. So what we'll do, we're going to get some tarot. And then this part is going to be kind of like how can you reach this dream, or maybe like some tips and tricks from your guides, maybe more information about like, you know, whatever they want to tell you about it or whatever they will tell you about this dream and where it's at in the process. That. Now, each group, I wanted to mention this, each group has a different tarot deck. So again, if you were drawn to one of the other groups, feel free to check it out because they're all different. But I'll go ahead and get you guys some tarot to kind of see what they want to tell you about reaching the dream. Also, I wanted to mention with Leo, the fifth house, that's also the house of romance, which is another reason why I was talking about partnerships as well. So it is the house of children, but it's also the house of romance and creativity. So for some of you, that conception might also be about like creative conception as well. But I just wanted to mention that in case like, you know, you need a little more confirmation. But we have, you have the Six of Pentacles, a little bit of that give and take. You have the Star. You have the Two of Pentacles. Now, one thing I want to mention, you are getting a lot of Pentacle cards, but I'm seeing these more as stability than I am as like finances. You have the Nine of Cups. And you got the Lovers. And then at the bottom of the deck, yeah, I think so. You have the Nine of Swords, which is the card of anxiety. So basically, your guides want you to know that right now, basically, they want you to have faith, because they want you to have faith and they want you to have hope, because your wish fulfillment is coming. And so I think there's a very big call for you to stay balanced and to stay optimistic. And that doesn't mean you can't be like upset sometimes, because obviously you should feel your feelings. So don't do that like toxic positivity stuff. We don't support that on this channel. But basically, like, I think that if there are ways that you can keep your hope alive, they really want you to do that. Like, they want you to seek out, people that you can talk to, or that you can lean on, maybe doing a lot more self-care if you're not doing enough. Make sure you're taking naps, getting enough rest, eating good food, taking care of yourself. And I feel like with this group, some of you probably have a tendency to give a lot to the people around you, or you may be really, really busy with everything that's going on. And I think that's why there's such a big call to balance. Because I think with this, this dream that you have, this thing that you want or you desire, whether that be on the surface or whether it be really deep down, like, it's coming to you regardless. And I think that right now it's just kind of about being patient, and which I know I hate that. Like, I hate that patient word, but it's very necessary. But basically, I think it's just about being patient right now and knowing that this is going to happen for you and that you deserve it. And just being really gentle with yourself and just allowing for yourself to get the things that you need, and to be emotionally vulnerable with the people that you do trust. And, if you do need someone to talk to and you don't want to talk to anybody that's around you, you can always go, therapy is something we encourage on this channel. So if that would be something that you're interested in, then I highly recommend that. But I think that, for a lot of you, like, you are getting this confirmation that, like, your wish is being fulfilled. Like, this dream is meant to happen to you. And like, it's happening soon. And I think part of that might be why you have anxiety, is you might be feeling the change. Like, you might be feeling that something's coming and you're just like, but I don't know what it is or when it's going to get here. And it's making me really anxious. Or like, oh, is it ever going to happen? Like, is this ever going to come? Is this person going to show up? Or am I going to be able to have a kid? Or what are we, is this going to go through for me? Or what's going to happen? And I feel like there's a lot of questions and a lot of like wandering and a lot of mental stuff going on. And I think that's why Spirit's kind of encouraging you to ground and to really, look at the foundation that you have now, because you've worked so hard to build it to where it's at, and know that you're safe and you've done a ton of work. And now it's just about taking care of yourself while you wait for divine timing, basically, which is really hard. Like, I'm there with you. It's super, super hard, because it's like you kind of just want things to come now sometimes, and you're like, I've worked so hard for this and I've spent so long like trying to, either make this happen or to heal, so that, I can let this come into my life. And I'm having some anxiety, because it's really hard to keep the faith. And I think Spirit is saying, like, they see that and they know, and they are trying to reassure you that this is going to happen for you, and soon.
I definitely agree with that. One thing that I want to add, I don't know why, but the name Brandy came through really, really strongly. Like, they were basically kind of screaming it at me. And they they definitely said the name, not the drink. So if your name is Brandy and you are watching this, they really want you to know that that this message is for you, that there's something in it for you, or your partner could be named Brandy, like whether that's your current or future partner, or I don't know, maybe that's a name you've always loved. Just something about that is highly important. Then I also got a couple more channeled messages, which was mac and cheese and hot dogs. So if you're hungry, maybe you need to go eat. But again, these are your kind of comfort foods. So if you're feeling a little bit down right now because you're feeling like or anxious, you're feeling like this dream is never going to come, it's okay to eat a little bit of this, comfort food and to enjoy it and, let yourself kind of indulge. I also got 4th of July barbecue, so that could even be food that you have like at your 4th of July barbecues if you're in the US. And that could be important, And then the last thing they gave me was don't lose faith or hope in this dream because it is your fate.
Yes, which, like we said, there's a lot about destiny so far that's come out for this group, which is really soft, especially if you're working on having like a baby. Like that's really cute that it's like destined for you. And I think that that's very encouraging. Okay, so we're gonna go into your stickers and then we'll do your oh my gosh, homemade oracles. I don't know where my brain just went. It kind of disappeared for a second there, but we'll go ahead and do that. So we're just gonna pull out. I'm gonna try not to get these everywhere. We talked about last time how I need to maybe go through my sticker box and limit some of these. Okay, that's plenty. Okay. Yeah, some of you are hungry. You got but first tacos. You have sweet summertime, so that goes along with the July.
Yeah, there's a little 4th of July popsicle right there.
You have palm trees. So you could live in like a warm place, or your person could, or it could just be like, summertime. You have On to Infinity and Beyond.
Dang it, I forgot to write down the thing that said watch Disney movies. Well, there you go. They brought it back up. Sorry.
You have the mask from Scream, but this makes me think of like the death card. So like I think you're coming into a new beginning right now. Like I think you've gone through a lot of that energy. And also I think this can also talk about like fear, right? Like you kind of have that anxiety or like that fear that like something's not going to happen. But I think this is just spirit saying like, no, that's over. Like we've ended that part and now you're in the part where, things are happening and things are moving and you're just waiting for divine timing. You have, yeah, it's okay to take time for just you. And then you also got, remember to take care of yourself first. You have happy camper.
Hey, I have campfire.
Yeah, so you might be somebody that really likes to camp, or maybe in the summer, like you like to go on trips, like camping trips. Oh, you have holiday cheer. So maybe you started something around the holiday season, or maybe something will happen around the holiday season for you. This is Hotel Central and Cafe. Ooh, it's falling down. So again, cafe makes me think like go get some coffee and some food and stuff. But like hotel, like this kind of makes me think of like guests or like people coming into your life, or like changes or shifts, or maybe even like you traveling or going to see, a new place, or you're staying in a hotel for some reason. Maybe like you work at a hotel and that's how you meet somebody. Like there's lots of things that could mean. Well, I still think the holiday season too is important for you because you have merry everything and happy always.
Cute.
So those are your stickers. And then Lena, do you have any other channel messages before I start shuffling?
Nope, that is it.
Okay, so for the songs, there are 10 songs on this album. So each group gets 2. And they're all going to be different. So we're going to do 2 of those. And then as far as the other cards go, each group gets 3. So we'll do those in a second. So 1 more, please. Okay, that's 2. I had to count. I was like, did I put too many? Okay. 2 of those. And then we'll get 3 of these guys.
Okay, I'm hearing You Problem by Monsta X right now, so if you get one of those as the songs, I will laugh.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a good song if it's kind of like I don't know, even if you don't resonate with the lyrics, just the beat and stuff is really good. So like that could be something to dance around to, especially like because you had some messages about taking care of yourself. So that can be like, I sing this song to my cat all the time because she's so cute, but she's a little brat. And so I tell her all the time, I say, that's a pumpkin problem. So if that's something that you need to do, like to make yourself laugh and say to someone who's bothering you, in your life, that you can say like, well, that's a you problem. Like, I think it's fun. And maybe that's just something that you can do.
Mm-hmm. That song's also about like, they're talking about how they told you, like, he's like, I told you I'm your man and there's no need to solve it. Like, he basically is saying like, get lost in the romance and just dance. Like, it's kind of like letting go of all of your like worries and stuff, and like knowing that, this person is here for you and like they want to be with you, and like just allow yourself to feel that way. Like, that's kind of what that's about too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see if I can get these open. All right. So for your songs, you have Blame Me, which is pile 4, by the way. So if you're interested in that one, it says, can you blame me for thinking about you naked? Look at you looking like a daydream on my mind, monthly, weekly, nightly, and daily. If I'm fallen, baby, don't blame me. Which whenever I write the lyrics to this song, it makes me think of Monsta X's song Fallen, which is a really upbeat, like fun song. And if you haven't heard that one, I recommend that too. The other one you got is Better, which is, I know I'm out of my mind and I'm stuck in my head and you're out of my league and I'll never forget. But we both know why it ain't different this time. Just know I never meant to drag you down. You're the only reason I'm here now. And this song talks about like knowing that you'll never get anybody better than the person that you're with, and like how they've always been there for you, even though it's been really, really hard. And I think that's really soft too, because I think that that's kind of how you're going to feel about the person that comes into your life if you're in this pile and you're looking for like your romance. And I think that they're going to be someone that's always there for you. And I think that, if you are somebody who's waiting for like a child, like that, I think is kind of like they're going to be the reason you're here. Like, they're going to kind of be like your whole world, is kind of what I'm getting from that.
Soft.
Yes. And then for the quotes, you have, do your best, even if the result is really not good. Believe yourself because I believe you, which is by I Am. And then you have purple, lighter, baths, essential oils, cookies, cats, dandelions, snakes, constellations, Socrates, warm tea, 7, 26, 9, and art. And then, okay, you have, humans can only carry out acts of kindness when they are smart, and humans become smart when they have full bellies, which is by Shonu. And then the channel messages are astronaut in the ocean, dancing, meat, corn on the cob, white t-shirts, toothbrush, 111, lol, you had 111 show up, 54, plants, and water sports, which there's a lot of water references in there too.
Mm-hmm. Ocean, plus we talked about how you might be hungry or you need to eat some comfort food, and Nunu agrees, so please do.
Yes. Humans become smart when they have full bellies. Okay. And then the last one you have is, don't keep your problems yourself. It's not wrong of you to tell others about your problems. It's perfectly natural. Don't make yourself difficult and I'll be here for you, which was a quote by Ki-hyun. And then it says, the Friends theme song, 22, 4, White, Rainbow, March, Keys, Simon Says by NCT, music, piano, Jupiter, and beads.
So there's definitely lots of confirmation for you guys in there.
Yes, there definitely was. And those are some encouraging messages to just kind of let you know, like, if you need to share with someone, make sure you're sharing with somebody and you're relying on the people that you love, and make sure that you're taking care of yourself, because that seems to be a very big theme in this group is taking care of yourself, knowing that you're good enough and knowing that everything is going to be okay, and that you're just kind of in a time where you have to be nice to yourself and allow for the universe to bring to you the connections or the people or the, children or whatever it may be, the things that you are seeking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That is what we had for you. If you were interested in one of the other piles, please check it out. Otherwise, leave us a like, comment, hit subscribe. Let us know what you thought. If you like this kind of a reading, let us know if you have any suggestions on anyone you want us to do. We have a lot planned as far as K-pop goes. But hopefully those messages resonated for you. And we will see you in the next video.
Mm-hmm. Bye, guys.
If you picked pile 2, then you picked secrets, which your quote from this is, let's start from scratch. Let's do this right. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it, but this could be different. So if you didn't watch the dreaming, if you didn't watch the intro, this reading is all about your dreams. So this is going to be kind of like, what is your soul dream or like your ultimate dream right now? And it's going to be about, where you're at with that dream, maybe some advice or some information about your journey, about where it's going or what's happening next, or, maybe some timing if we're able to get any. And then, of course, anything your guides want you to know. We have oracles, we have an astrology section, we have tarot, we have stickers, we have handmade oracles, and Lena's doing channel messages throughout. This is a timeless reading, so whenever you find this, this is meant to find you, and it's fine. There's no limit on time, which is funny because Monsta X's last album that was Korean is called No Limit. Check that out. But also, if you are listening to this and it doesn't resonate or something doesn't sit right with you, just know that not all of these messages may be for you, and it is up to you to be discerning as far as if this feels like it's right for you or not. If you were drawn to one of the other piles, you can always switch to one of the other piles, or watch multiple if more than one feels like one. And just remember that some messages are for specific people. So if it doesn't resonate, just let it go. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started with kind of like a little vibe check for you guys. And this is going to tell us all about like what your dream is or like what your soul is dreaming about. So kind of like what you're working on right now, maybe what you're manifesting, or what you're actively like seeking out internally, externally, maybe both. I feel like there's kind of a call for this group to maybe like slow down a little bit, not necessarily like slow down with what you're doing, but like slow down, like breath work, like meditating, maybe taking a nap, like kind of like you might be trying to like move too fast or make things happen. And I think that sometimes the best thing we can do for ourselves is to rest, or to give ourselves some time to kind of process things, especially if there's a lot of changes going on, which I don't know if there are, but it's kind of the vibe that I'm picking up. Which honestly, that makes sense, because for the collective, a lot of people are experiencing a lot of change right now. I might have to read about this one. I might have Lena read about this one because I don't really know what it's about. You have Gnosis. And then we are doing live shuffling. So if it takes us a hot second, just know that I'm shuffling cards out. Yeah. Relaxation. Maybe you're trying to get some rest. Oh, okay. Sorry, they like threw this. You have pleasure. I'm not going to take this out, but they wanted me to show you the bottom of your deck is enlightenment, which I find very interesting. Okay. You have fall into my arms, surrender, holding the opposites extremes of life.
Okay, so while Becca is giving your cards, I'm going to read the gnosis from the book here for you. So this is innermost knowing mystic truths. True knowledge is not found in facts and figures in scholarly books on library shelves. Rather, gnosis points to the deep, timeless, archetypal wisdom that rises from the felt experience of having touched the unknown with every one of the senses. Those who are drawn to gnosis find themselves in esoteric studies, likely involving mysticism, alchemy, healing, or perhaps science. Knowing is their calling, not knowing is their job description. No matter how far the alchemists take their studies, they come to the ultimate conclusion that facts slip towards mystery, and soon the mystery results in facts. This card signifies a knowing that is life-changing. Once you experience it, you are forever changed and become a guardian of gnosis. The eternal mystery is calling you. Study your passions in the deepest way available to you. When light, it is contemplating the mystery, unanswerable questions, which is funny because I was hearing the dreaming when she first started this. So for those of you that might have also been drawn to pile 3, I would say definitely check that out. When dark, over-intellectualizing and literizing, asking others. Go deeper. If you want to go deeper, they recommend Bruce Newman's The True Artist Helps the World by Revealing Mystic Truths. It also says, those who say they don't know, those who say they know don't, and those who say they don't know. That reminds me of that quote in Harry Potter when they're seeking the diadem to destroy the Horcrux. So I'm sorry, spoiler alert if you've never seen Harry Potter. You won't know what I'm talking about if you never have, so I guess it won't be a spoiler. But where they're talking to Rowena Ravenclaw, and she says, if you have to ask, you'll never know, and if you know, you need only ask. And that's kind of that same type of vein of like, you already kind of, I think, know the answers a lot of the time. And I think that even includes in your dreams. Like, you already know what is meant for you and what's not, like on a deep intuitive level. And I think that this group is definitely actually pretty spiritual, which is really cool. But I almost feel like it might not be in such a broad way. Like, it might, I think it just comes to you very naturally. So some of you, like, you might be like, yeah, like I enjoy tarot readings and stuff like that, but like I don't consider myself spiritual. Like, I don't practice tarot, I don't do astrology, and some of you do, and that's totally cool, and you're just awesome at your job and keep going. Like, but for some of you, I think it's actually a little more like your spirituality just comes out in who you are as a person, by your philosophies, by your faith, by what you study, by what interests you. Like it said, this is about, the eternal mystery is calling you to study your passions in the deepest way available to you. And it says, this card relates to the riddle and the shapeshifter, all concern themselves with revealing mystic truths. This is a super cool card.
Yes, it is super cool. And I think it's great because I feel like Spirit isn't telling me what your dream is right now, which is kind of funny to me because it's kind of like they're like, you already know. But I'll tell you why in a second. But you have Earth pulsing, which is pulse of the mother, slow down, time in nature. You have trust the journey, which I thought that was funny. Mm-hmm. You have Jaguar, the Death Mother, which I'll read that in a second, which I think actually goes really well with this, if I remember correctly. And then you have, again, surrender. I surrender the old limiting beliefs. I awaken and am reborn into limitless possibilities. So I'm going to read the Death Mother and then I'm going to explain. So it says, the delicate chains clatter and shimmer against the cloak. The sound is faint, a dying gasp from the soul. The Death Mother caresses the golden glitter between her fingertips. She knows everything about the departed. She knows how death consumes their souls. The chains flow between the two of them, binding them over time. He gathers the newly deceased while she takes the measure of their worth. Eventually, she will assign them their final resting places. They work silently and steadily under cover of the moonlit skies, drawing spirits out and sending them out and onto the next stage of their journey. The meaning is you are feeling tied down to something that no longer serves you. Free yourself. Now, I think it's more about like being free. So basically, what I'm taking from this is I feel like I don't know for sure if it's that you feel like you want freedom or if it's that you're limiting yourself right now, because I feel like you are very spiritual and you do know, like what you desire, what your soul really dreams of. And I think you've been on that path for a while. And I think that spirit's basically saying like you need to relax and trust the journey and surrender and slow down and like do all of those things that you probably don't want to do, because if your energy is the jaguar, then you're probably someone who likes to go fast and likes to move and likes to like take action. And I think spirit is saying like slow down and basically know that there is a freedom in allowing yourself to slow down, because when you are trying to go so fast and like get to the next step, get to the next place, go to the next stage, like you might be missing things that are happening around you right now that you might want back later. Like I kind of get this vibe of like, oh yeah, let's keep going, like you've got a lot of like spunk and energy, and like that's great, like excitement is wonderful, but I think spirit is saying like, but you also have to appreciate this like slowness as well, because I think that sometimes what happens is like if it feels like not a lot is going on around us, then we might feel a little more pressured to make things happen. And instead of like taking that time to rest or to slow down and to like kind of, appreciate the fact that things aren't crazy right now, like we kind of tend to have a tendency to push through. And I'm in human design, I'm a man gen, which is like the type that has the most energy when they're excited. But the problem with that is that my type tends to do that, where they will go crazy and like just be like, oh, I have all these things on my list that I want to get done. And then they'll like around. And I also have ADHD, so that doesn't help. But I kind of understand that energy of like wanting to move really fast and get to the next stage and not really, like, and I feel like there's a need to trust the process right now and trust the journey and know that there's a reason why spirit's asking you to slow down. And it may not even necessarily be, for any healing or anything. It's probably because they want you to enjoy this time, because you have the pleasure and the relaxation, like, the pulse of the mother, like spending time in nature. Like I feel like it's very much like they want you to relax and enjoy basically a vacation. Like that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. Like it's almost like when you try to rush the process, sometimes that's like I think spirit can kind of see that sometimes as like oh well, I don't want to relax, and so like even though you're giving me this, like no thank you. And I think even though that's not the intention, like spirit's saying no, slow down and appreciate the fact that right now you can rest and you can just trust that things are going to move forward like they're supposed to, because you're on the right path. And I think like, sometimes for some of you, it may even be that like you are afraid to slow down, because what happens when you slow down? Like what's going to come up? Or, am I going to be doing enough? Or is something, am I going to have some healing that happens where like it's scary? Like why am I being asked to slow down? Like I feel like there's kind of a little bit of fear in that, because you like to go fast because you're kind of afraid of what happens when maybe you stop. But I think spirit is saying like when you stop, you get to relax. And that's kind of like what they're encouraging you to do, is to relax more, is to find that pleasure. Because those things, if you've been trying to manifest more relaxation or more pleasure or more like time to enjoy yourself. Like spirit's like, we're giving it to you, but you're not taking it. Like we're trying to give you that time, but you need to take it. Like you need to accept it is kind of the energy that I'm picking up.
Yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I think I have a couple channel messages in here that I had been writing down that kind of match this already. So you had Cotton Candy, and then you had Toxic by Britney Spears come in. You had A Deer, and then you had The Tortoise and the Hare, which, you know, makes a lot of sense because the tortoise and the hare's whole story is about pacing yourself and not zooming ahead like the hare, who ends up getting tired and, you know, passing out and missing the rest of the race, and then the tortoise, who went slow and steady the whole time, ends up winning. I also have Piano Man by Mamamoo, the 1920s. I also have This Is a Past Life Gift You Need to Explore and Share. Dirty Dancing, Footloose. That song that's like, I've had the time of my life. Lots of oldies references. Work with Archangel Michael also came through. Panda. Fall Season, Cold Coffee by Ed Sheeran. Good song. State of Grace by Taylor Swift. The Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, which is just basically Spirit is saying that, like, if you know that Rabbit is always like, I'm late for a very important date. And he's always like moving everywhere with like his clocks and papers or like fume. And he can never stop and he never slows down. And Spirit just wants to point that rabbit out in the sense of like, you won't miss anything if you slow down. You're never late for your dreams. You're never late for your destiny. You're going to get there at the right time. So it comes back to that whole card that's right there in the center. That is, trust the journey. You have all that Spirit is wanting you to do right now is to live your passions and study them to the best of your ability, and then rest when you're tired. That's literally it. Like, easy peasy lemon squeezy, as Jungkook would say.
Yes. Well, I think, you know, it is easy, but it's not. like I vibe with that, but it's one of those things of, I think that Spirit is saying like it's a lot easier than you think it is, and you're making it a lot harder than it should be. Like, no, you know, it is hard if you're used to going like super fast and like you don't know how to slow down. Like that can be very, very difficult, but it really is just about like saying, okay, I'm just gonna, you know, today I'm gonna take a nap and I'm just gonna do it, and just doing it. Like that's which is funny because I'm saying like just do it in the sense of like just don't do it, I guess. Like just don't, if that makes sense.
Do nothing.
Right. Don't do anything. Okay, so we're gonna do your astrology section next, which the astrology section is like, where are you on this path, or like, where are you in relation to your dream, or like, how's it going? Like, you know, maybe like, how close is it? How far away is it? If they'll tell us, which, you know, usually they don't give us time frames, so not necessarily sure with that, but we'll go ahead and we'll get you guys some astrology cards and see what we can pick up from your guides about your dreams, because they didn't really tell us what your dreams were. You know, but that's probably on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have the 10th house, which is the world, which 10th house is Capricorn energy. Talks about your reputation and your work. One more, please. And then we just came out of cap season. It was, it's mid-December to mid-January, just in case you wanted timing. Okay, that one hopped out of there. They're being mean. So you have Grand Cross Provoker. So you have 34 and 47, which this is 11, and then this is 7. So those could be important numbers for you. Okay. You have step out of your comfort zone. I'm going to say step into your comfort zone, but like not your actual, you know what I mean. Step out of your comfort zone by stepping into a comfortable zone. One more, please. Okay. Nope, that was like 5. I just need 1. Being very picky about the second moon card. There you go. Interesting. I'll explain why in a second, but you have be bold and make the first move. And this is a cardinal moon, which is what I think they want me to point out about that card. And I'll explain that in a second. So funny. Okay. For pile 2, please. Okay. Nope. Okay. You have 8th house, which is Scorpio energy, which is I transform. This is the house of life's enigmas, transformation, the hidden, sexuality and death. Here's where we can see someone else's property and money, real estate, inheritance, and investments. We can also see our deepest unrevealed wishes, as well as fears, occultism, and esotericism. 2 more, please. That's Scorpio and then Pluto energy. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. You have sextile, which is integration, cooperation, tools, skills, ingenuity, harmony, and empathy. And then you also have the moon, which is emotions, instincts, receptivity, and safety. Okay. And then I'll get you 2 star cards. So these are the ethereal orbs cards. So there's stars and then moon nodes. For pile 2, please. Which I wouldn't be surprised if some of you in this group were into astrology, because Lena was picking up on that spiritual stuff, and so was I. Okay. Hold on. Okay, you have Aquarius energy. This is Kadal Hasbia. I probably said that way wrong. It's faith and expansion. Water your wisdom with integrity so your vision grows and inspires others to mirror you. This is Mercury and Saturn energy as well.
Some of you in this group are projectors in human design, and I think the problem that you're running into, which again, if you don't know about human design, you can run a free chart for yourself, but basically a projector is someone who, there are 2 types in human design that basically don't generate their own energy, and it doesn't mean that like you have no energy, it just means that you don't make it yourself. You pick up energy from people and things around you. Projectors, they are people that need to be invited to things to make their lives happen. And so like it's not that like you can never do anything on your own. It's basically like, for example, say that you're a baker, right? And you make a bunch of cookies. Well, you can't go down to every business in every street and be like, try my cookies, you'll love it if you try my cookies. What you can do is you can drop off a free sample and say, hey, just so you know, I'm a bakery down the street, just opened, stop by if you want. And like, that's it, but don't be aggressive about it. And then after that, your job is to keep doing what you're doing, sit back and wait, relax, because you don't have a lot of your own energy. And then as soon as you get invited, then you come in, share your wisdom, and opportunities are brought to you. So I don't know if some of you like are interested in human design. That might help you with this whole thing of like spirit wanting to slow down. because as a collective, a lot of us have been conditioned to live in a manifestor's world, meaning that like manifestors are the types that they go after what they want, and they just go like they're the fire starters, right? Like they're the ones that are supposed to go guns blazing into the project because they're the ones that get things started. So for you guys, if you are a projector, then this is definitely going to be like, this is your call about why they might be telling you that it's time to slow down. And the reasoning is because you're not meant to be the one that's the fire starter. You're meant to be the one that's invited to the thing. And you'll find that life runs a lot more smoothly when you're like invited to it. So it's like you have that card about being bold and making the first move. And so like, yes, there is an essence in that, like you might have to like put yourself out there a little bit, but sometimes making the first move is about accepting the invitation, right? Because an invitation can come in so many different ways. Like, yes, it can come in like, yes, I'm going to come to your shop and then I'm going to invite you to lunch with me so we can get to know each other better. But it can also come in like more subtle ways. Like other ways of invitation is someone asking like, what are your hours? That's your opening. So like, these are my hours. Like you can come by the bakery at any time. Like just little, like you have to feel it out for yourself through your type and your design. And that's a whole other like subject. But basically what I'm saying is like for some of you, that might be why Spirit's asking you to slow down. And then for those of you that are watching this and I think could be manifestors, because I also pick up on that energy too. I think the reason that they're asking you to slow down is because you're burning yourself out and you can ask for help. You don't have to do it all by yourself. You can stop and say like, okay, I need to breathe, because that could even be your comfort zone, is that you're really used to doing things on your own and like, I can't ask for help. I can't slow down. I have to always go, or I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose my opportunities. And Spirit's like, no, you're not. You need to slow down, step out of your comfort zone and ask people for help and know that it's okay to rest.
Be bold and make the move to ask for help is what that's saying.
Yes.
And then I forgot about this card for a second, but almuses, which is physicality and intellect. Your mind is like a sovereign, but your body also deserves glory. And then this is Taurus and Gemini energy, and then it's Jupiter and Saturn as well. I agree with everything that Lena said. Like I could see this being either non-energy types like projector reflector, or a manifester that's gone way past their limit. And I feel like, with this, like it does talk about work and it does talk about provoker. Like I feel like it might be provoking to you to be asked to slow down and ask other people for help. Like that might be something that kind of pokes at maybe like a wound or like an area that's sensitive for you, which is why they're asking you to step out of your comfort zone. Because the reason Spirit is encouraging this and provoking you is because they want you to know that you have people around you that will have your back, number one. And two, they want you to know that it's safe to ask others for help and you don't have to constantly burn yourself out. And that can be scary for someone who's not used to asking for help. Like, or maybe you've asked for the help in the past and haven't received it. And I think that's why Spirit is saying, like, we're going to keep pushing you to slow down. And like when Spirit pushes you to slow down, eventually it's not very nice, because they'll give you a whole bunch of stuff. Like they'll give you like little things, right? At first, like they'll be like, oh no, your computer's not working very well today. Oh no. But then like, a week later, your computer is dead and like you can't do anything. That like this literally happened to me, which is why I'm saying this. But I worked at a job where it was work from home when I was doing it. And I had a laptop. And at first it was like, okay, I can only, I can go like maybe a few hours, and then all of a sudden my laptop starts telling me that like it can't work. Like it was like, I can't remember what the issue was, but it would only last like, I think it was like, it would last like half a day. And then like, it would tell me that there was something going on and that it couldn't do what I needed it to do. And I was like, okay. And so we had it checked out, and they were like trying to figure out what was wrong with it. And then like by the time the next week rolled around, I could only work for like 5 minutes at a time. Like it was awful. And like the whole point is that I was being pushed to quit that job. But like I also am somebody that will work. I'll beat a horse like way past its limit. Like I basically was like, oh yeah, I'll quit when it's time. Like I don't know if it's time yet. And like I basically got pushed out of there. And like Spirit's like, we will do that to you. Like we will make sure that you know that you have to slow down, or you have to do XYZ. You have to ask for help. You have to do, because they want you to basically anything that you've learned and the things that you've healed, like they want you to know that you're safe and that it's okay. Like you don't have to live on survival mode anymore. Like you don't have to live out of your traumas anymore, because that's kind of what happens sometimes is like when we're someone that overworks ourselves to the bone, and like we get into a point where we're burnt out, usually that's a response because we've been trained that like we have to do that. And I think there's a lot about like rewriting and allowing yourself to like have that grace and that space that you need, and know that like one, your emotions are safe. Like no emotions that you have inside of you are too big. Like you're going to be able to allow those to come up, and they're going to come up when they need to. And so like if you're not ready for it, it's not going to happen. Like Spirit's kind of like the things that happen to you are happening at the exact right time, and there's nothing to be afraid of, even though it is scary. And like it's going to be okay. Ask for that help if you need it. Take that nap if you need it. Quit the job if you're supposed to. Otherwise, we'll do it for you. Like it's kind of like one of those things. But I feel like, for most of this group, you're not going to be quitting your job. Like that's not the energy. But I'm just saying that, like, basically, I'm using that as an example that Spirit will make sure that if you don't make that decision, they usually will do it for you in some way. And usually their way is not as nice as if you would have taken the step back and taken that nap, basically.
Yes. It's not that, and the thing is like, people will be like, well, that sounds mean. And it's like, it's not, I mean, yes, I guess it can feel mean, and that's, those feelings are totally valid, but it's more that they want you to take the opportunity that they offer rather than having to throw you a tower moment. But they will throw you a tower moment if you don't want to take their gesture of the death card, basically. You're like, we're giving you the option to transform. And then you're like, I don't wanna. And they're like, well, then tower for you. And you're like, oh.
That's a great way to describe it. One of my life cards is the tower. So I can tell you that that is 100% accurate. And basically, and I think for a lot of you, this isn't even that, like, it's not that scary. Like, I don't think it's going to be any huge, like, life changes. Like, I think it's just going to be like you're going to feel really, really tired if you don't take that nap, to the point where you're going to be like, wow, I need to sleep. Like, it's going to be kind of like that. Like, it's not going to be anything like catastrophic. But I think that, there's a lot about integrating the things that you've already learned, because I think that you've already done some of that healing around those wounds that scare you. And I think you already know, like, you already know that you have to ask for help, and you already know that you have to relax and take that time. And like, I also struggle with things like that, and I've known for a long time. Like, so don't feel that you're alone with that either. But, they're just trying to encourage you to take that time that you need, and to take those connections that you have now that you've made that are healthy for you, and to allow yourself to, be nourished and be nurtured and be cared for, and like heal, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But whew. Sorry. Hopefully that doesn't scare you guys, because it's not that scary, I promise. I survived. I did just fine. Okay. Now we're gonna do tarot. So your tarot cards are kind of gonna tell us how can you reach your dream, or tips and tricks or any info from your guides. Now, obviously, I think that they've already been telling you how. Again, they didn't really tell us much about what your dream was, but I think that's because they really want to focus on the fact that you need to take a break. You need to maybe take a break from that for a second. But let's see what they have to say with the tarot and see if they'll give us anything else, or what else they have for like advice or anything that you can do. Well, uh, you have the Tower.
Yeah, well, what did I say?
And the Chariot. Which is hilarious because those are both my life cards.
Oh, as Becca's pulling these out that I wanted to, I actually heard this the other day. I forgot what I was listening to. I think it was a reading. I was listening to my own tarot, like my own pick a card. Not our pick a cards, but I was listening to pick a cards for myself. And I thought that this advice was so fascinating. And if I remembered who it was, I would tell you, so that you could go listen because it was great. But the advice was that basically that when we ask for manifestation and when we ask for change, we are asking for the Tower. And it's not because it's like scary or to punish ourselves, because again, the Tower itself isn't that scary. It's change. When we ask for things to be different than how they are, if you're asking to have a new job or a life partner, or you're asking to move house, everything that no longer serves you has to go. And that sometimes includes our habits of like toxic productivity and doing things, because you can't have the thing that you want if you're not, if you're still basically, it's like a good way to put it is you can't get across to the other side of the bridge if you're still holding on to the pole, like terrified to cross the bridge. You're not going to get to the other side. You have to let go. You have to walk. You have to trust that you're going to make it to the other side, and that spirit will lead you there. And I actually thought that was like, I was like, wow, yeah, I actually never thought of that. But like, we invite the Tower in when we ask for change, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing, because that leads us to where we want to go. And that's why spirit is always saying like surrender, because we're creating this change because we want to lead you to where you want to go. And so you just have to trust us, because like it might suck now. It might not be the most fun time right now to be told like you have to slow down, you have to wait, like divine timing is coming. But if you look at these cards, like already getting into it, you have the Tower, which is saying that they might be destructing some things in your life right now, or that is coming. But then you have the Chariot, which is about forward movement. So it's like that's going to happen to bring in what you want, and it's going to be divinely guided with temperance. So that's pretty wild if you ask me.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it really is just saying like there's a lot of big changes happening very quickly, and like it's all because it's meant to happen that way. And you have again like the Knight of Swords, super fast moving energy, and then you have the Moon. And I think that basically for me, like you have all of this fast change that's coming. Like if it's not already happening right now, it's coming. And I think right now they want you to really lean into that moon energy, that like nurturing, watery, caring, loving energy. And they want you to know that like you're going to be safe, because you already had the moon card come out. You had the moon card come out earlier, which I think in your astrology. So when that came out, it talked about like safety. And I feel like spirit needs you to know that like even if you see this card, right, and this person's like falling out of the tower, like it's not like that. Like you are safe. You're going to land on a big fluffy cloud. Like like it's going to be all right. If that happens. Now, of course, I think obviously they're giving you the choice right now. Like they're saying you're going to have a lot of big changes happen, and you can either go through the Tower moment and have things move rapidly because of the Tower moment, or you can rest and listen to your emotions and listen to yourself, and it'll go a lot smoother and it won't feel as crazy and it might be less stressful. And I think like either way, it's going to move really fast because you have the Chariot and the Knight of Swords on either side of this, which is kind of interesting because the way that I'm reading it is they have it like two separate sides. So it's almost like this side, massive change, moves super, super fast. This side is like less stress because you're chilling out, you're taking the time to feel your feels, but it's still moving just as fast, but you have so much more clarity. So you're not as stressed out. Either way, you have the Six of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So this is divinely guided towards your victory. So no matter what, you're on the way to whatever this dream is, and you're going to have victory over it. Potentially, you know, if you're somebody that wants to be famous or you want to be seen or, you know, you want to be in the public eye, like this could be a good omen for you because the Six of Wands talks about that. But for me, it's really like you're going to be coming out of either situation in the same place, but you can either take it the fast and scary route because you didn't want to stop, or you can slow down like how you're working, how you're living things and end up there with less stress. Like it's kind of like a no matter what, you'll end up at the right place at the right time. It just your experience that's going to happen depends on if you're going to nurture and love yourself and allow yourself to slow down, or if you're going to make spirit get you there their way, if that makes sense.
Yes. One thing I want to point out too about that moon card is that that's also reminding me of like where we talked about that you have psychic gifts. And you know, that can also be what that moon card represents a lot of the time, is like that psychic ability, that like inner knowing. And so if you take this other path of knowing that it's okay to slow down and move when you're invited to move by spirit, by, you know, life, whatever, and you can just trust that inner knowing. And also like you might dream about your reality and things like that, but just trusting that inner knowing and being like, okay, like I know I got this. Like we said, either way you're going to end up where you need to be, because it doesn't, you know, like it doesn't matter. But I think if you're taking that other path, like that moon, like Becca was saying, she's just chilling, she's relaxed. And if you notice in the Chariot, that person is like, yeah, go Chariot, move forward, go faster. And you know, they're rushing themselves. You know, and like just for me personally, I want to be the lady that's floating in the stars having a nice time. You know, I think that's the route that we should choose. But
yeah, I'd much rather be that lady floating in the stars than the one that's falling off the building.
Yeah.
Great. Something they're pointing out to me is, so Lena said it doesn't matter, which I think is hilarious because in the song Secrets, which is the song you picked, they say that many, many times, because that song is basically like starting over from scratch and doing the relationship right. But, you know, I think in this context, like it's more about like doing this right in the sense of doing it that's the best for you, like with your relationship with yourself. And it talks about like, don't overthink it. This could be different than it has been in the past. And I think that that's really big for this group, like to detach from past experiences and to detach from those wounds, detach from the traumas, and know that it's going to be different. And that you know, this is a new experience. You're living in a new experience. Like as you age, as life goes on, like no two experiences that you have are going to be exactly the same. And the thing is like you've learned a lot of lessons, you know what you're doing, and now it's time to start this new process that you're going through like the right way. And so while you're in this, like just know that like you might have a tendency to overthink it, but it's, you know, like don't worry about that stuff in the past as much as you can. Like detach from that and know that as long as you're doing those things that you know are good for you and that are helping you stay calm and at peace and are helping you kind of let go and release and surrender to the universe, like everything's going to go differently than it ever has in the past, and you're going to wonder why you never tried to do it this way before.
Yes, just basically if you have a darn Mercury placement, be like, shh, be quiet, Mercury, it's time to rest.
Yeah. Or if you have Mars, if you have strong Mars in your chart, tell Mars to be quiet.
Yeah.
Because those two can be mean. I know because both of them are very prominent in my chart. I vibe with this group, just saying. Like, I understand you. Okay, so now is the fun part. After all of those messages. So we're gonna do stickers and then we're gonna do the handmade oracles that we have. So my gigantic sticker bucket that's full of stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna mix that up a little bit. They're like losing stuff.
This is an old song, but I have that song, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head.
Oh, you know what's funny?
Hmm.
So I watched a recap of Midnight Idol, which Midnight Idol is a show that Ki-hyun and I.M are on. Like they're the hosts for it. It's a radio show that they do every night at like I think it's 10 p.m. KST. But last night they did Ki-hyun played like piano and guitar, and then I'm just gonna call him Chang Kyun because it's weird to call him I am, but I am Chang Kyun. He was like singing and stuff, and they were like picking songs, and Ki-hyun actually played "Raindrops Are Falling on My Head" on the piano last night. So just thought I'd
That's
throw that out
funny.
there.
Watch that. So there you go.
Okay. Stickers. You have Born to Roam, Everywhere and Home. You might like to travel. You have Love in the Sunshine. For me, like, yes, this is talking about summer, but for me, for this group, I feel like this is more, sorry, it's Live in the Sunshine, but maybe it's Love in the Sunshine. But this is for me talking about like getting out in the sun more often or like allowing yourself to kind of like take some time, maybe like a vacation or to just kind of like get outside and like experience nature, maybe slow down that way. But sunshine could be really important for you. Maybe you need some more vitamin D. You have Listen to Your Heart, which now that song's stuck in my head. It's a
Me
really old
too. I've
song.
heard it too.
You have Not All Who Wonder Are Lost.
You guys might have a strong Sag placement, just saying.
You might, yeah. You also have Love the Here and Now. You have the girl that's like dropping the like broken heart. Like she's like panicking about it. And I feel like this is kind of like why you guys don't want to slow down. Like you're afraid that like your heart's going to get broken. And I think Spirit's saying like it's not going to. Like it's going to be okay. You have the paw print. So for some of you, like you might have pets or you might be trying to get a pet right now. And those could be really, really helpful. Like pets are very helpful for like calming and like anxiety and things like that. So if you have a pet, like I think this is encouragement to like spend time with them, maybe like some snuggles or playtime, maybe take the puppy for a longer walk. You have the two purple hearts, which for me, this is like a big heart and a little heart. So like for some of you, that's about like your kids too. So if you're watching this and you have children, sorry, I'm shaking the camera a little bit, my bad. If you're watching this and you have kids, like spending time with them and maybe slowing down and like maybe even doing stuff like coloring with them or like watching Disney movies. Like Lena got that message about Disney, I think, in the last group. But like slowing down and watching like Disney movies and like just doing things that make your inner child happy or like spending time with kids would be really well like a good thing for you or just spending time with your loved ones in general. You have Be Happy, which this makes me think of Juhani because he always says be happy, like stay happy, and he's the honeybee. So it makes
Be
me think of
happy.
him. Yes. And then the last one you got is Into the Woods We Go, which this group has a lot of like outdoor, like travel, adventure. So I think getting outside is really, really important for this group. And some of you, yes, Sag placements, but also Gemini, because Gemini is actually opposite Sag, and Gemini is like short distance travel. So just thought I'd throw that out there that those both have stuff to do with travel. So Sag or Gemini could be in your chart, which Lena did mention Mercury, and Gemini is ruled by Mercury. But basically, getting outside is super important for this group. Like that's like the number one thing that your guides want you to know right now. From your stickers, at least. Now, do you have any other channel messages before I get into their oracles?
Nope.
Okay, perfect. Your guides were kind of like quiet on the channel messages. They really want you guys to like stop. I'm so sorry. They had like a
thing and then that was it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that your guides are like that. But basically, we have, so these are lyric cards. So you're going to get 2 of these. And each group got different ones. So these are all songs from the Dreaming. There they are. And then let me make sure they want both of these. Hold on. Yeah, I think they do. Okay. And then these are quotes from the members, and then they also have channeled messages on them. And you're going to get 3 of these. Whoa, okay. I'll go grab that in a second. Which the energy is a little chaotic in this group, so just thought I'd mention that again. 2 more of these, please. There's 1. More, please. There's 1. Where did that one go? All right. Do those last. So we're going to do your songs first. So you have, oh, look at that. Don't tell me your secrets. I don't want to know. It's hard to imagine you before. Don't tell me your secrets. Just leave them behind because I can't imagine what you think of mine. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Tell me nothing more.
Yes. It definitely feels like to me like what I was talking about earlier. I'm like, obviously in that song, it's about a relationship and it's about 2 people like really loving and caring about each other no matter what their secrets are, no matter what their past is. But for me, with you guys, this is about how your past with yourself. Like, you know, there might be things that like we talked about, like traumas and things that you hold on to, which is why you don't think you can slow down. And I think that Spirit is saying like, you know, you can tell your past self, like, we don't need to reminisce about the past and hold on to it because like we're over that now. And like, you don't need to know about what I'm going through here because that's just going to stress you out in the past because you can always talk to your past self and to your future self and to your present self. And it's very much about like, it doesn't matter because, you know, like, tell me nothing more because all that matters is like, it's like, you've got me and I've got you and like, we're going to be okay. Like that's, but so it's very soft because I feel like it's very much a message to yourself with that, like, be happy and like, you know, stay rooted in the fact that like, you're fine and the past doesn't matter and the future doesn't matter because nothing matters. Like, I feel like you guys have such a good, light, positive energy that like any mistakes you've made, anything, like you don't have to sweat them. You don't have to fear things falling apart. Like, it's going to be fine.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. I love this song. Okay, so you also got Blow Your Mind, which is, it says, oh, in your eyes, there's a spark that can light up the fire. Let it burn, feel the rhythm tonight. If you fall, I will catch you. I'm dying to know, is it me you want? Let me dance you off, take a chance, let's get it on. Which, for me, like, yes, that song can be taken a certain way. But for me, that's about, like, having somebody there that's going to catch you and that wants to be there for you and that, like, sees, like, your dream, right? So like, for instance, if you talk to someone and ask them for help, like they can see your vision and maybe they can help you. Like maybe they can make it happen with you. Like you might find that you actually have a bigger support group and people that want you to lean on them so that they can catch you. So let's do your quotes and your channeled messages. Okay, you have, oh yes, all I can say for sure is your efforts are not useless. Sometimes if you're tired, just let them away and take some rest. Taking a rest is really important, as you already know. It's from Ki-hyun. And you have cooking, Siamese cats, Disney movies, toothless, dragons, Converse, lakes, pebbles, butterfly, 44, 17, jewels, Airbnb, and new sheets, which new sheets might help you take a nice nap.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious. Okay. Oh, I just ripped that tape. That's fine. Okay. You have comfort yourself. Think about yourself a bit more. So don't feel so much burden as you live your life. I want to say it's okay to go slow.
Oh.
That's by Youngwon. And it says turtle, seaweed dance, balloon. I know. Sweaters, glasses, reading, 646, blue, airport headphones, and books. Maybe reading some books would be helpful for you to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dying. You saw me shuffle these. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then last but not least, you have, I want to say, don't try to just find happiness. When you love yourself, you will find happiness. That's by Minhyuk. And it's pink, opal, crystals, sunflower, apple cider, fish, beaches, rainforest, 6514, France, energy, organic, octopus, and jellyfish.
Oh, I meant to write down jellyfish, so my bad. But yeah, it would have been funny if I had.
That happens sometimes. But yes, basically slow down, let spirit take the helm, surrender to that, and allow yourself to really like nurture and care for yourself. That's literally like everything that spirit wants from you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, hopefully that gave you some advice, some good messages, some good quotes. Check out Monsta X, check out The Dreaming. It's a great album. You might find some comfort from it. We love it. But yeah, leave us a comment, a like, hit subscribe. Feel free to watch one of the other piles and let us know what you thought. But hopefully we will see you in our next reading.
Mm-hmm. Bye, guys.
If you chose pile 3, then you chose The Dreaming, which is the title song off of The Dreaming. And the lyrics that you chose are, is it the knowing, is it the seeing, or is it the dreaming? If you've got the answer, let us all know. So if you didn't watch the intro, basically this reading is themed off of The Dreaming, which is an album by Monsta X. And it's all about your dreams and where you're at on that journey, what your deepest like desires are, your soul's dreams, and then also kind of some advice on how you can either move forward on that path or to deal with where you're at right now on that path, or maybe some things that are coming up, or just anything that your guides want you to know about your dream. We have, I wanted to mention before we get into it, basically, if you are listening to this pile and it's not resonating for you, feel free to pick one of the other piles. But if you're listening to the pile and like it sounds mostly correct, and then like there's a message and you're like, oh, that doesn't really sound right for me, just take it with a grain of salt. You're the one who knows what messages are for you and which ones are not. So just remember that, this is a reading for many people. So if the message doesn't resonate for you, just let it be and just know that that probably wasn't for you. But that doesn't mean the pile's not for you if one or two messages are not resonating. So just kind of be discerning when you're listening to the reading, because you'll know what's for you and what's not. But basically, we have Oracle, we have an astrology section, we have tarot, we have stickers, and then we also have the handmade Oracle cards that have Monsta X lyrics, as well as quotes from the members and channel messages. And then Lena is doing channel messages throughout as well. So we've got a lot in store for you today. Hold on 1 second. So if you notice there's a skip in time there or anything, I had to relight a candle for you guys. So just to warn you, if there's like a weird edit or anything, that's why. But basically, we're going to get into it and we're going to start with kind of like a vibe check. So this is going to tell us maybe a little bit more about what your dream is, or, you know, what your soul's dream is. And it may be something that you know about, or it may be something that's kind of hidden down in there. But we're going to go ahead and grab it for you. And of course, if you see these cards and they're like not resonating at all, again, just remember to pick a different pile. If you were feeling drawn to another one, or if you want to keep, you know, watching this one, it may be that like one of the other sections resonates for you in this specific one. But there's too many. And then of course we're doing live shuffling for all of our cards. So if it takes a second, just know that it's just because we're shuffling in life. And sometimes it takes a while for your guides to pick.
While Becca's shuffling, I want to go ahead and start reading the channel messages I already have because I have a lot. So you guys got Unicorns. You got that song, Bullet with Butterfly Wings from the Smashing Pumpkins, which is an old song that I haven't heard forever. And specifically, it's the lyric that's like, despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Then you had a bunch of planets come through. So you had Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, and Mars. So those could all be really important planets for you. I'm also hearing North Node now. I didn't write that down before, but they're saying to look at your North Node. And Becca, what is that placement that they say is supposed to be for your like your online presence or your online business?
Your midheaven.
Yes, your midheaven. That's the other one that they're trying to mention. Also have they also mentioned Veronica Mars, like the show. I've never seen it, so it could be important for some of you. Paper Planes, Wicked, the musical / the book. Telescope and Kaleidoscope. You also got San Diego, California, that came in as a location. A building front in a quaint shopping center. A renovated building or house that's turned into a business. You also have and then last message I have for now is Photographs and Memories by Jason Reeves.
Oh, good song. Okay, so I think this is right. And then I might have Lena, I might have you read this one for them. Agape.
Yes. It actually means love. And I opened right to it, so they're ready. It's on page 210 and 211. So since we're in the month of February, I'm going to point out that maybe those could be important dates for you coming up if you're watching this live when we post it. But if not, and like just say it's like January, like next January, or how many ever Januaries from now when you're watching this, those could still be dates to look out for. So it says devotion and unconditional love. What if instead of putting yourself at the center of your spiritual practice, you put God, goddess, or nature at the center? How would this change your approach? Such is the energy of agape. It is alive when we are in awe and wonder, our breath taken away by the sacred force that surrounds us and asks us for nothing in return. This card can indicate a spiritual initiation that stretches your capacity to love and serve. You sense the earthly as the heavenly and vice versa. Such an initiatory moment can appear in any form, and like a healing balm to the modern soul, its effects last a lifetime. The agape card may also suggest you reassess what you worship every day, consciously or unconsciously. What are you elevating? Where does the sacred ladder you climb ultimately lead to? And then you also have agape can also be felt, an overwhelming love of family, partner, community. Recognize it by a deep swell of gratitude. And then it says, the Greek word agape informs the English word agape. To have the mouth agape is to be awestruck. By something of breathtaking delight, we are made humble once again. And then it says, when in light, this is service, reverence, honor, and joy. When dark, spiritual, bypassing, and righteousness. And if you want to go deeper and learn more, it says, listen to children's choirs from around the world. This is actually really cool because you have gateway as well. So I think that for certain, whoever picks this group, you are deeply, deeply, deeply spiritual, which makes sense with the quote that you picked, because this card to me speaks to that a lot, because it talks about the, like, you know, in that song they're questioning, like, is it the knowing, is it the seeing, is it the dreaming? Like, if you have the answer, like, let us know. And that's the same thing with this. It's like you're waiting to be like awestruck, like you want to find the magic, you want to find and trust in spirit, you want to make other people believe in spirit. Like, you have such a deep loving of the collective, you have such a deep loving and knowing of spirit that you really want to share that with other people. And like, yes, I believe that this group, like anyone else, has their doubts, but at the end of the day, I think this group wouldn't be here if they didn't deeply, deeply believe. And that's such a beautiful gift to have, because even when you have fear step in the way, I don't think it ever wavers you off your path, ever. Like, yes, you get afraid, but you don't run. And like, that's such a huge like accomplishment. And actually, I just noticed that I said unicorn and you got the unicorn on that card right there.
Mm-hmm.
And the unicorns are special, right? Actually, it makes me laugh because I saw like someone was selling like little cards on Etsy, and one of the cards was a unicorn, because the deck was called like Be Uneffable With, and so they're like funny, like quirky cards. And one of the cards said like, be a unicorn, stab people, stab people in your laughing. But that's when I see unicorn right now, that's what I thought of. But for you guys, I think that you guys are such unique, beautiful souls, and you have a practical sense to your spirituality too, because as it says, you sense the earthly as the heavenly and vice versa, and you sense the heavenly as earthly. So you understand spirit in such a way that you can make it practical for other people and for yourself, and you understand that there is magic in this world. Like, we're watching Once right now. We've been binge watching it like every day. And I know that they talk about Earth, like our world, as the world with no magic. But you guys are very aware that this world does have magic, even if it's not the like pew pew Harry Potter ones, like I can turn myself into a cloud of smoke. Like, you know that there is still magic in this world. And you actually know that the biggest magic in this world is love, love of the self, love of others, love of spirit. And so like, you guys are extremely deep, loving, warm people. And this is such a beautiful card. Like, I could talk about this card all day. Now I have Make a Wish, but I could do this all day.
Make a wish.
Also, if you haven't seen the anime Yuri on Ice, they talk about agape and also Eros, which is another card in this deck. And it's such a beautiful anime. It's about an ice skater, and it's really good. So I highly recommend that, because it might be something that resonates with you. I think, again, it's kind of in that like deep, loving energy. And it's super good. So I highly recommend.
Okay. All right. So yes, you have gateway and embracing. One thing I want to say is both of these have a white animal on them, and I feel like that is very symbolic. Like, there's a lot of, I want to say that this group is wanting peace. Like, that's a big part of your passions, your dreams, is like you kind of want to feel peaceful. Which I think is very interesting, but I'm going to go through your other cards. So you have positive reflection, which I might read that card for you guys. I haven't decided yet. You have all paths lead home, which is inner authority, intuition, turn your gaze within. I think I have these out here. You have cracked open, which is rock bottom, surrender to the alchemy of life. But I'll explain why that came out in a second. You have panther for your animal. You have memory, which I will read that one for you guys. And then I was laughing because you got higher self. I am ready to communicate with my higher self in my dreams and to become enlightened. So if you're not already enlightened, which I feel like most of you are, you're going to be. Or your desire is to be more connected. Let me read memory for you. Let me grab it here. For 27. Okay. Memory is a delicate thing. It weighs as much as a feather and is just as fragile. When the feather wave the feather one way and the glimmer of the moment is captured appears as accurately as if it had just happened. Dance the feather in a different direction and the memory fades or changes, the details growing dim and dull. Flames rise from a golden bowl. They burn, distorting anything they touch, the heart warping the surface. Moments affected by the flame bend and buckle, turning into something less than they were. Details fade, the mind fearful of holding on to what was once true. Hold on to the truth by placing it into service to the future. Oops, sorry. So actually, I heard when a reader sneezes, it means that somebody's getting blessed. So whoever's watching this, you might get a blessing. Meanings. Be mindful of the memories you desire to keep. Let your memories drive your imagination to new heights. It's all about that magic. And then, yeah. Some of you might be suffering from a little bit of a cold too. Just if you needed confirmation on that. So we're going to talk about positive reflection, which this is from a deck called the Inner Star Oracle Guide deck. So let me find positive reflection. There it is. Okay. It says, seeing worth, potential, and goodness in other people means it exists within you too. What you witness being created within another can also be created within yourself. There is no need for jealousy, competition, or comparison. You're simply witnessing a desire you have. Seek to discover this innate power and possibility and how this positive action raises your vibration. By doing so, you begin to reflect that on other people who also desire to see the best within themselves. The affirmation that comes with this is the magic and potential I see in others is the magic and potential I have within me. So the reason, obviously, they had me read that is because that really gave some confirmation based on what Lena said as well, about like you're able to see the magic and everything around you. And I think with this group, there's a lot about turning inward and about like allowing the inner stuff to show on the outside and to like elevate. So like to allow yourself to go to new heights and to allow yourself to kind of be enlightened. And I feel like in doing so, you're the one that's reflecting it out around you. So like it's kind of like people can look at you and see what you're doing and kind of understand it better, or you might be somebody that leads by example. And it might be that like you're connecting to your higher self a lot because you've gone through a spiritual journey and are currently in one. And it's like you kind of are at the point now where you understand a lot about the things around you, but you have to turn inward and allow yourself to treat the inner world that you have the same as you do the people around you as well. And I think you're going to start seeing the more love that you're showing inside, the more the dreams and things are coming into your reality. Because it's kind of like they have this phrase that people say where it's like the inner world matches the outer world. Like what you see on the inside is what you see on the outside. And I think that's true to some extent. Obviously, like nobody's going to be perfect inside, right? So like you can't reflect exactly what's on the inside, but the more love that you put internally, the more love you're going to see on the outside. So the more time and effort and care that you're giving yourself inside, the more you're going to receive that back on the outside. So it's kind of like, I think you've already learned that lesson and you're starting to embody this Panther energy, this energy of like being patient and waiting for the right opportunities to show up, the right gateways to open, and then allowing yourself to kind of embrace them and to do what your intuition is guiding you to do. Because that's, I think, a dream that you've always had, is to have that peace, is to have that chance to embrace who you are on the inside and to be able to share it on the outside. And I think it's really beautiful because it's like there's a synastry happening right now. Like there's like a synergy. There's this moment that's going on where it's kind of like you're fusing two things together, and kind of like things are starting to click into place, if that makes sense.
Yes. Hold on, sorry, I'm writing down this last channel message. Nope. Okay. So the thing that came through really loudly, like all caps, was eat more cheese. So I don't know if you're just like a lover of cheese, if you just have a guide that's being silly, if maybe you need to eat more, and like something that you love is cheese. So they're saying like even if that's what you need to eat, I don't know, it was just eat more cheese. So like I don't know. I also got drink more water, and I'm gonna do a little call out post here for someone that I know watches our readings. So you need to drink more water because you need to like clear up that throat chakra, but especially drink more water if your name is Trista and she knows who she is. Okay, so if you're watching this file, your guide said drink more water, especially if your name is Trista. And then it says you also got treat yourself how you, so I know the saying is treat others how you want to be treated, but Spirit said that they actually want that to be rephrased because this goes in with that whole like what you put into yourself you get out. And they said treat yourself how you want to be treated. And I was like, dang, that's powerful. I agree. You also have some affirmations that they want for you guys, which is I am worthy. And then the other one is I'm divinely connected and can trust my intuition.
And I think those make a lot of sense with the messages that came through off the cards. For real, some of you have a cold. Just know if you're not feeling well, make sure that you do go see a doctor. I mean, obviously, if it's just a little cold, like it's not a huge deal, but with the state of the world that we're in, like if you find yourself not feeling good, like it's more worth it to go see somebody than it is to like get really sick. So just make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Also, some of you might be experiencing spiritual flu, which if you don't know what spiritual flu is, basically when you're going through like upgrades and you're going through like elevations, like spiritually, then what can happen is your body can kind of like take some time to getting used to that new energy. And you can kind of get these symptoms like you could have like a stuffy nose and headaches and like be really tired and not feeling very good, and like your appetite might change. Like that kind of stuff can happen when you're going through energetic shifts. So just keep that in mind too, because that could also be happening for some of you if you're new to spirituality and you're starting to kind of get more into it. Like that might be happening for you.
Mm-hmm. And if you do have a cold, maybe don't eat more cheese until you don't have a cold, because dairy can cause a little more like, you know, mucus, phlegm, stuffy nose. So again, that message might not be for you if you have a cold.
Yes. So the next section is the astrology section, which is like, where are you on this path? Or it could kind of give us maybe an idea of, well, it depends because your guides are going to do what they want. But the whole idea was to see like where you're at on the path, or kind of like if there's any tips to help with where you're at or how to move forward. If they'll give us any timing, which they kind of have been really tight-lipped with the other groups, so I'm not sure that they will, but they might. But it could also give you some confirmation astrology wise. I don't know what I was just going to try to say.
I think you were going to say astrologically wise, and I was like, nope.
Okay.
Yes, the only timing that we got was for group 1. They got July, and that was basically it. Otherwise, they had a lot of like various things that could be considered timing. So, as Becca said, they've been pretty tight-lipped, but Spirit tends to be like that, and it's because I think too, like, they don't want you to have because things change every day based on people and their personal choices, because we have free will. So like they might say like, you know, to you, like, oh, March 6th, you're gonna have a big miracle happen. Well, and then like something happened, it shifted. And March 6th is no longer the date that it's gonna happen. And you're gonna be there like, hello, spirit, you said March 6th was gonna be magical, and March 6th was not. And they're like, yeah. So about that, like, and it's not because I want to deliver, it's because things shift all the time. And because we have free will, spirit has to work with our free will. Like sometimes things just happen. And so I think that's why they're always very vague about the timing of things, but they want you to know that like when it is the right time, it's going to show up.
Yes, I think that makes sense. So you have Virgo, I analyze, which is number 18, which reduces to 9. And then you have the second house, which is owning, which is 26, which is 8. And you reduce it.
Makes sense to me because we have like a quaint shopping center and then renovated building or house turned into a business. Some of you guys, that's your dream, and that's what's going to happen for you, which is like, I'm like shaking with excitement. So you guys must be pretty pumped to hear that.
Yes. And then if you want if you want a little bit of confirmation as far as like your signs go, second house Taurus energy, which is all about like stability, material things, values. It can be about like pleasure too. So like sensuality is part of that as well, because it is ruled by Venus. And then Virgo, of course, is Virgo, but that's normally the 6th house of health and routine. It's also ruled by Mercury, so there's a lot about the mind that goes on for Virgo. Let's see, 2 of these for pile 3, please. Okay. You have faith in your dreams, which is waxing crescent moon. I'm hearing there's a song called You're Good Enough, or You Are Enough, which is by Sleeping at Last, I think that's right. But it's called You're Enough, and it's a very soft song, but it's basically like an affirmation song.
Sleeping at Last actually came out with an album set, I believe it was last year, where they did the Enneagrams, which is like one of those tests, and they created a song for each type of Enneagram, which I thought was so cool. And then they also put out a podcast with specialists explaining each type and what it is to go with their songs. And I was just like, Sleeping at Last is so woke. Like, if you don't know that group, please like check them out, because you'll be floored. They also have songs for each of the planets, so that's also really cool.
Yes, that series is personally my favorite because I'm obsessed with astrology. So I don't know if you guys could tell.
If they do one for human design, I'll be pretty stoked.
Which one of these do you want? Not that. Okay. You got you and your loved ones are safe, which is new moon in Cancer. Yeah, I just want to show you this because it's at the bottom of the deck. It says your dreams need a practical plan, full moon in Taurus. But I was laughing because it's Taurus energy, not because of the message. Okay, 3 of these, please.
So you had Have Faith in Me by A Day to Remember come through. And I feel like that's more about like, yes, that song is about like having faith in that person, which for some of you, it could be about trusting the people around you and knowing that you guys are safe, as the card suggests. But I get more in the sense of like, that's your guide saying like, have faith in me, because that lyric that says like, in that song, he says, I said I'd never let you down and I never did. Actually, let me look it up. Give me one moment.
And I said I'd never let you go when I always meant it.
Yes. So,
it was like, so I love A Day to Remember, so.
Yeah. So I feel like that's very prominent in your guys to say, like, have faith in these dreams that you have and know that, like, we're not only bringing, like, I think, values in the material sense to your life, but I also think values in the sense of people, because you have that softer side of like the Cancer too, like you and your loved ones are safe. So like when spirit is telling you, I'm bringing in your family, I'm bringing in your soul family, I'm protecting your family, I'm protecting your loved ones, I'm protecting your dreams, like they mean it, and they're also serious in saying like that. I said I never let you fall, and I always meant it as well. Like um they're just basically saying like they're never letting you go. They're never gonna let you fall on your butt and be like hurt and out, cold in the world. Like they're always gonna take care of you. And even though of course you're gonna have times where you feel like that and you're gonna be upset, and you're gonna be like, Spirit, why? Like, it's always for a reason, it's always for a purpose. Does that mean it's easy? Hell no. But it also means, but it doesn't mean that you're not okay and that you're not gonna like, be okay through this. And like I think that you guys have gone through like a long, people who pick this pile, I think you guys have been chasing your dreams for a while, and sometimes that gets so exhausting. And the thing is that the bigger our dreams are, sometimes the longer they take. But the reason is because like you deserve this great, beautiful, amazing thing, and spirit's not going to give it to you until it's time. But that also sucks for us at the same time, because we're like, please, like I really want it and I've been trying so hard. um it reminds me of that meme with the mouse. I'm gonna pull that up. So it's the, like, if you know that book, um the if you give a mouse a cookie, but instead now it was like memed to say, please give a bitch a break. I work very hard, I'm trying my best, and I'm so tired all the time. Like, and I feel like that's very much this group. Like, you guys have worked very hard, you're always trying your best, and you're just like, please, spirit, I just want to break through, I just want to see the magic, like as the dreaming suggests, right? And they're like, we promise that the magic is all around you, and we know that you see it on a daily, so you have to believe that it's there for yourself. Because I also feel something for this group is that you definitely believe in the magic for other people. You're like, yes, I know that that person is going to get their dreams, I know that that person is going to get this. I like know that if I can show XYZ person how to manifest, that they're going to manifest everything that they want. And then you're like, to yourself, you might be a little bit harder on yourself. Like, well, why am I not manifesting what I want? I've been doing the work, I've been doing what I said. Why am I not manifesting? And it's like, and it's not because of anything you're doing wrong. It's just timing. It's just timing. And it's just about being like, you know what? I'm doing the best I can. I deserve a break. And as hard and scary as it is, I know that spirit isn't going to forsake me, and they are going to bring me my dreams. And, you had that card about needing to be awestruck, and spirit's like, you just wait, like, you will be awestruck because you have faith in us and you put that love and faith out into the world. We are going to return that to you. And yeah, so I'm sorry I got on my soapbox there for a bit, but it felt like it needed to be said.
That's okay, because I had a coughing fit during all of that. So
Yikes.
again, throat chakra, guys. Really important for this group, because that attacked me out of nowhere. Okay. You have Virgo.
Again.
Neptune, which is Pisces energy, which is inspiration, dreams, spirituality, and delusion. And then you have the 9th house, which is Sagittarius and Jupiter. This is the house of higher and elevated thought, as well as expansion. It covers long distance travels, foreign languages, inspiration, optimism, publications, higher education, spirituality, philosophy, religion, ideals, morals, and ethics. And it's I know. And then for your fixed star moon node cards, you have Markab, which is freedom and liberation. And this is, you have outgrown your own skin. Now it is time to utilize your wings. And this is Mercury and Mars energy. And then you have Algaba, which is strength and benevolence. And it says, speak your truth and unleash your soul. Listen to the roar of your own heart. It's Cancer and Leo energy, and then of course Mars and Jupiter again. So I feel like with this group, there's a lot about opening up, speaking your truth, and like allowing yourself to use it. It's like you've leveled up and now you're ready to take off with it. And it's kind of like, but it's not like an urgency. Like it's kind of like a going with the flow, very calm energy, but it's an allowing yourself to use the gifts and the information that you've already received and to share it and to allow yourself to be seen, if that makes sense. So it's like there's a lot about like having faith in yourself, having faith in your dreams, and allowing yourself to be inspired, allowing yourself to be spiritual, allowing yourself to dive into that stuff, and then allowing yourself to take off with it as well is really what I'm kind of picking up from this.
Mm-hmm. And a couple more channel messages came through. You had this Brave the movie come through, and then also Brave by Sarah Bareilles.
Mm-hmm. Both are great. So how's your astrology? Sorry guys, I don't know, I'm having like some of you are having some issues with your throats, which I would recommend like Reiki, but again, make sure you're drinking plenty of water. If you're feeling sick, make sure you're going to the doctor. Like, take care of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now we're going to go on to tarot. So the tarot is going to tell us how you can reach your dream, if there are any tips, tricks, or any like advice or info from your guides that they want to give you as far as your dreams go. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, every group had different tarot cards. I don't remember if I even said that in the beginning, but each group has different tarot cards. So if you are drawn to one of the other groups, just know that the tarot cards and then the oracle cards and the stickers are all like completely different. So you may find that one of those other groups has other messages for you, or maybe you have two really big dreams that we talk about in multiple groups.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Your first card out is the Two of Cups.
Cute. Okay, it's funny because in the last pile, I had the dreaming in my head, which related to this pile, and I told them that. And on this pile, I have the song Secrets in my head, which was from the last pile. So if you felt drawn to the last pile, you can also check that out.
So you have, the Prince of Candles, which the Prince of Candles is the Knight of Candles. And then you have the Emperor. Oh, sorry, Knight of Wands. I should tell you, candles are wands. More, please.
This is a lot of boss pages. Just saying.
A little bit. Excuse me. You have the Nine of Swords, which we've seen that energy a lot lately. So I feel like that's a collective energy that's happening. Oh, the Empress.
Ooh.
Okay. And then the bottom of the deck is the Ace of Keys, or the Ace of Swords. Okay. So some of you, your dream is partnership. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like a romantic partnership, but the Emperor and the Empress are counterparts, and the Two of Cups is the soulmate card. So for some of you, the message is that, this dream is here, like it's coming, because the Prince of Candles being the Knight of Candles, the Knight of Wands, that's pretty fast moving energy. And I feel very strongly that, for this group, there's a lot of anxiety around this. Like Lena kind of touched on, maybe you don't necessarily believe that it's coming, or you kind of struggle with going back and forth with that. Like, is that actually going to happen for me? Like, I'm not sure. And I think that, Spirit's very much calling you to trust in your intuition and to trust in them, like trust in what they tell you, trust in what you've heard. And especially if you're someone who's very spiritual, you might watch a lot of like pick a cards, or a lot of, you might get readings done sometimes, or you might meditate a lot and get messages that are, you might doubt yourself when you get those messages. And I think spirit is saying like, no, we give you repeated messages, like they're repetitive for a reason. We want you to see that it's not changing and that you're getting the same thing from multiple places. Because the more that we show you that, the more that you tend to trust in that. But at the same time, we want you to learn how to trust in your own intuition. And so you might be starting to get directed more internally, which we saw with your oracle cards. Like spirit is guiding you to look within and to believe the answers that are in there. Because I think a lot of you already know about this. You know about this balance, or you know about this counterpart, or this business partnership, or whatever this may be. Like, you know about this happening. And if it isn't about that, then this very much could be about balancing your energies within. Because I usually, with the Two of Cups, wouldn't say balance as much, because usually that's more like the Lovers. But for me, like, even then, like for some of you who aren't really looking for a relationship and that's not on your radar at all, this could also be about the fact that you're balancing those two energies within, and it's causing a little bit of anxiety, because you're like, maybe you used to sit really strongly in your masculine energy, because everybody has feminine and masculine energy within themselves. But maybe you leaned more to the masculine, or maybe you leaned more to the feminine side. And now that you've gone through a lot of spiritual training and healing and stuff, you might have gotten them to a point where they're actually pretty balanced now, but you're kind of anxious about it, because you're like, well, I'm used to sitting in my masculine side, and like, it's still kind of uncomfortable to sit here, and like, I don't know if this is right, because it doesn't necessarily feel fully right, because you're not used to it. And like, it's kind of like there's a little bit of growing pains sometimes with that. But I think spirit is telling you, like, you're going to have clarity, you're going to have an understanding of why you've gone through all of this. Like, you're going to have more information. Like, there's always downloads coming to you all the time. And I think spirit is trying to tell you, like, make sure that you are nurturing yourself and allowing yourself to like sit with what's happening, especially if you are balancing those energies still. Like, allow yourself to kind of sit with that when you're feeling overwhelmed, or when you're feeling stressed or sad or anxious or whatever it may be. Allow that feeling to be there, and know that all of those messages didn't just go out the window just because you're feeling anxious. Like, those messages are still valid regardless of what you're feeling. And it's okay to stop and take a moment and like assess your feelings and to work through them. And like, don't worry that things are not safe, or that all of a sudden, because you had, oh, maybe you deal with anger, right? Like, maybe you had a moment where you got really mad and you vented to somebody, and you're like, ah, crap, I vented. And now, like, oh no, I'm not healed enough. Like, it's not that. It's like, you acknowledging your emotions, feeling them, allowing them to be there, like, that's progress for you. And I think that they're saying, no, you should be proud of yourself for even allowing yourself to acknowledge that there was a feeling there. Like, and I think that they just want you to know that no matter what those feelings are, that your manifestations, your healing, all of that is like, it's fine. Like, it's safe, it's protected, you're okay. Like, as long as you're following your path, and you're listening to your intuition, like, everything is all right. It's kind of the vibe.
I agree. I don't have any more messages for you guys. That's it.
All right.
But as far as the tarot goes, I agree with everything that Becca said. With the Ace of Swords, I think that like, if you're still having a little bit of trust, spirit wants you to know that, like, again, because that's underneath the deck, the clarity that you seek is already inside of you, and that it is there. And so you might just have to, because that lantern is making me think of the Hermit, even though that's the Prince of Wands. It's making me think of the Hermit, because the Hermit holds the lantern, and then goes inwards, and then he finds a new perspective and a new way to look at things. And so I think that going inwards when you guys feel that fear, it doesn't mean being alone either. It doesn't mean that you can't talk to someone about your feeling. It just means not looking outside of yourself for the answer. you can still rely on someone to give you comfort, to give you love, to give you understanding, to just let you share, to share space with you. But it doesn't, but the problem would be is that that's when you have to go inside and get the answers for yourself inside, but you can still get comfort from your loved ones and those around you, because it's not about like, oh well, I'm having a problem so I have to handle it all by myself inside. I can't bother anyone with it. No, no, no. That's not it at all. You should always have people that you can talk to about your feelings and, let it out and just speak your truth. Like Becca was saying, like acknowledging that is a huge step of progress. But the answer is not going to come from that person. It's not going to come from a pick a card. It's not going to come from a psychic. It's not going to come from, all that stuff. It's going to come from within you and the signs that that your guides send you and the music that you put on shuffle, and then just the song speaks to what you're feeling. Like those are the things that is the Ace of Swords for you guys. And so even though that can be a little frustrating at times, I think that's something that they really want to, make a point of, and that you're going to find that your anxiety lessens the more that you lean into and trust in that.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. So now we're going to get into our favorite part, which is the stickers and the handmade oracles. Here. Oh, also, I just shuffled those cards and they said 4 of Swords. So rest is important. Okay. All right, so let's get some stickers to see what messages they have for you.
Unicorn again.
Huh?
The unicorn again.
Oh, I didn't even see it yet. Probably plenty. It's about what the other groups got. Okay. So yes, they have the unicorn, which for me, again, like the unicorn is all about like uniqueness. And like this unicorn specifically has like a whole galaxy inside of it. And so for me, this is very much about like allowing that galaxy to be seen and like embracing that part of you, like that internal part of you.
There's a BTS song that talks about the galaxy inside you. Which one is that?
Microcosmos.
Yes, that song.
You have not all those who wander are lost. So some of you might like to explore and might like to be outside or travel or like go on little trips. You have let love grow. So for some of you, that's about opening up to that love connection or to that like allowing others in. And that might be part of what you struggle with is allowing people to comfort you because you think you have to do everything on your own. And I think like allowing, people to be there for you and to catch you if you fall is really, really important because no human can go through life completely alone. Like humans are just not designed to do that. Like we're a species that is not meant to be alone all the time, which is why quarantine has been, excuse me, super hard for a lot of people. And because of the fact that a lot of people are being forced to be at home alone. And so I promise you, I'm not crying. I literally just have something like caught in my throat, which is this group. I swear. I was fine the first 2. But anyways, so for this group, I think it's very important that like you let other people in and share your story and share your truth and allow other people to communicate with you. And that may be hard because like I said, I'm having difficulties talking in this group. So you may have difficulties with opening up. But once you do open up, it's going to really allow you to feel that nurturing and comfort and love that you need, and to understand that like you can still search for the answers within yourself, while getting that loving energy, that nurturing energy from other people. Which, speaking of, you have the bunny that has the love. You have hello, darling. Wonder, wonder, repeat. Oh, more galaxies. And this is Lion King. There's been a lot of Disney movie references in these groups today. But you have Lion King, so this is Nala and Simba. So that's cute because that's a little couple. But they're kids, and I think that's about kind of like letting your inner child like run and play. And it might even be that you find a connection where once you start opening up, you see that your inner children actually are really, really like compatible. Like you're able to really like help each other kind of embrace that part of yourself. And then the last one that you got is actually this little camper. And so again, like maybe going on trips or going on like little day trips or wandering and just kind of like getting out and about, getting into nature, like that might be something that's really important for this group. And I know when Lena read the archetype card, it talked about like nature could be kind of important in the sense of like when you connect to nature, you can connect back to yourself. So I think that's very interesting.
Okay, this song is, sorry, like it's just blasting like really loudly in my head. It's a BTS song, but it's Stigma by, which was written by Taehyun from BTS, but that song is actually a song that Tae wrote, which no one 100% knows what it's about because he's never shared it, which is, I actually think is kind of cool because it's his life and he doesn't have to. But it's basically a lot of that is that song, a lot of it, it's one of my favorite songs, is about like that he feels so like awful in that song, and he keeps saying like, I'm sorry, my brother, like I'm sorry, my sister, like I can't change who I am. And I think a lot of you feel shame for who you are and like your uniqueness. And I think that that's something that Spirit is really trying to I think that's part of why they want you to rely on someone else and why this partner is going to be such a good match for you, or this soul family, or this business partner, because they're going to really get you and they're going to really see you and they're going to really love you, and you will not apologize for who you are anymore. And Spirit is saying you have zero reason to apologize for who you are because you are wonderful. We gave you the card of agape, like because you embody love, not only for yourself, but for Spirit, for the world. And you have so much to give and so much that you need to, be open to receiving because you deserve it. And like Spirit is just saying, very much so that you have like nothing to apologize for. And anybody who has ever made you feel bad about who you are, that's on them. That's their problem. It's not on you. You are wonderful and lovely and amazing and divine, and you have to own it. So I want to go back to those affirmations that they gave you for this group, which was, I am worthy, because you are worthy. You are worthy of all of these things. You are worthy of love. You are worthy of abundance. You are worthy of all good things, of smiling, of laughing, of feeling joy. You are super worthy of that. And if you think about it too, with some of your other channel messages, you got Wicked, which, that musical that is about Elphaba, who is just severely misunderstood and mistreated just because of how she looks. And, just you deserve so much more than all the judgments that people have placed on you, and you deserve to be free of those chains.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. I think that's really important for this group to hear. We're going to go ahead and get into the handmade oracles. So these ones are actually lyrics from songs off of The Dreaming. And then these ones are quotes from the members as well as channeled messages. So we'll see if those match up for you guys. I'll get you 2 of these. And then I will get you 3 of these. One more, please. They're really debating on this last one. No, not 2. Okay, so let's go ahead and check on these here. Okay, you have tied to your body, and it says, till I'm out of breath, till my lungs give in, give up all of me, do it all again. Every day I'm a little more obsessed, a little more attached. You know that you got me, just a little more tied to your body, baby, every day. Which I feel like that's about like, it's kind of like you might have like a secret admirer, or you might have somebody who is always there for you, and maybe you don't notice it that much right now. Like, you maybe, since you're not opening up yet, like, you may not quite see it, but once you open up, you might like have your eyes kind of opened. And it might even be that like you meet somebody and like this is how they feel about you. And I think for some people in this group that's really hard, because I don't know that you've ever had anybody that's expressed that kind of like love or passion towards you. And I feel like that's kind of a big deal for this group, because it's going to help you really embrace that like unique side of yourself, because this person is going to say like, I love you more and more every day, and like I'm more and more attracted and more attached and more obsessed with you every day. And like I think that that's really soft. And then the other song you got was One Day. And it says, they say hindsight's 2020. Maybe I'll see you one day, I will. I wish I could have made you love me. Maybe I'll feel it one day, I will. And this may be more about some of you maybe letting go of some old relationship traumas, or you may be kind of like, that may be something that has kind of caused you to hold back in the past, is that you may have had like some more difficult relationships or some more difficult situations that you've been in. And it may be that you might be a little bit afraid to share who you are, or share that part of you, because you've gotten hurt before. And I think that you might be finding out that like it was never your responsibility to make anyone love you, because if they don't care about you, then they're not meant to be in your life. And I think that that's a really important lesson for this group to learn, is that the right people will always stick around and they'll always be here for you. And you should never try to make somebody love you ever, because you deserve better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your quotes. You have, the line I try to keep is sometimes too much. I would say that line is not drawn by society, but yourself. That's by I Am Chinkhyun. And that quote is actually about like being too hard on yourself and drawing like this line, that basically drawing standards that you are way too high, and like nobody else expects you to meet those standards, but you still try to reach them anyway. And I think it's about taking a step back and looking at that and being like, oh, that's not even a thing. Like I made that up. Like that's something I'm trying to do that I don't even have to. Your channel messages are black, roses, leather, perfume, 7, 9, Mars, planets, astrology, nail polish, crown, tattoos, red, and then animal prints. Which Lena channeled a crown in pile 1, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then see if I can do it. There you go. Without ripping it. You have I'm Trying To. There isn't anything you can't do if you try, which is by Shonu. It says bears, cooking, travel, map, green, vegan, 8, 3, soda, 80s music, rock and roll, K-dramas, and palm trees. Which palm trees came out in pile 1 too, just saying.
And there was a lot of 80s music in pile 2, I think.
Okay. And then your last one is naturally there are times when you're happy and sad. So if you let time pass, happiness will find you. Funny thing about humans is that just a little thing can make us happy and can give us a goal in life. And that's by Hyungwon. That's actually my favorite quote from him. It's longer than that if you hear the whole entire thing, but that's the most important part. But basically he's talking about how everybody has times where they feel happy and times when they feel sad. But the thing is that as long as you let that time pass, like the happiness will come back to you. And so if you have a moment where you're not feeling 100% okay, like if you have a moment where you're like, man, I feel really sad, like it's about embracing that moment and knowing that, you know, this too shall pass. Like that's a phrase that I've said to myself a lot, is the this too shall pass, which is a super famous phrase. But really, sometimes when you're in the thick of it, like that really helps you get through it and know that, you know what, that happiness is going to come back to me. And that's kind of what that quote is about. The channeled messages are naps, coffee, hoodies, chopsticks, fuzzy slippers, snow angels, city lights, necklace, 15-4, and then amber, but it's the crystal. I mean, obviously, if your name is Amber, then that's confirmation for you. But when I wrote that down, I specifically thought of like the crystal amber.
I thought it'd be essential oil, like the scent of amber.
Like a warm scent.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So those are your messages. Hopefully those resonate for you. Let us know what you thought. Leave us a like, a comment, hit subscribe. If you would like to see one of the other groups, go ahead and check them out. Obviously, we've referenced groups 1 and 2 already, and we haven't done group 4, so we have no idea if there's any confirmation between the two. But if you're drawn to group 4, you're free to watch that one too. Watch as many as you want. But hopefully that gave you some confirmation, and we hope to see you in our next video.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
If you picked pile 4, then you picked Blame Me, which your lyrics for the song are look at you looking like a daydream on my mind monthly, weekly, nightly, and daily, which Blame Me is actually my second favorite song from this album. But if you didn't watch the intro, this reading is all about your dreams. So it's going to be all about like, what is your soul's dream? And where are you on that journey? Like, is there any advice that your guides have as far as your dream goes? And this is based on Monsta X's album, The Dreaming, which came out back in December of 2021. So, yeah, we have oracle cards. We have an astrology section. We have tarot. We have stickers. And then we have our handmade oracle decks. And then Lena's doing channeled messages throughout as well. And we're going to kind of see what that dream is and get a little bit more insight for you. Now, the first part of this, I wanted to mention, I almost forgot. So basically, we've been doing a little bit of a warning at the beginning. If there are messages in here that don't seem to resonate for you, like just like here and there, then those messages are probably not for you. Obviously, if the whole pile doesn't resonate, then it's probably not your pile. But we do read for a lot of people. So if you're getting a message here and there and you're like, oh, that doesn't sound like me at all, it's not that the pile isn't for you. It's just that that message specifically may have been for somebody else. So just be discerning and just know that, you know, whatever messages are meant to find you will find you. And if not, then pick a different pile. But yeah. So this first part is going to be a little bit of a vibe check. So it's going to tell us kind of like maybe, sorry, I bumped the camera, my bad. It's going to tell us maybe what your dream is, or what your dreams are, and then kind of maybe a little bit more information about it. Now, in a couple of the groups, they wouldn't really tell us the exact dream, but it's going to be more about like what your soul is dreaming of. So you might not even be fully aware of it either, but we're going to see what they say. Oh, okay. So you have the kiss, and then I'm supposed to show you the bottom of the deck is the womb.
Oh, okay. Um, I'll actually read from the book. Maybe both since they're telling me to, but let's start with the kiss. Okay. So, which is interesting because it says that the first thing is like the touch, and fingerprints is something that I channeled for you guys already. And then you have the touch, the chemistry, and the sex. And if you know the song Blame Me, I was personally thinking that for this group it might be more in a spiritual sense, or but apparently no. It might actually be in a literal sense, but there is a lot of spirituality in physical touch and in sexual touch. It's an exchange of sacred energy, so can still be spiritual. But anyway, because one of the lyrics in the song is like, they basically say like, don't blame me for like thinking about you naked. Like, how can I not? Like when that's the lyric. Like look at you, looking like a daydream. Like you're on my mind, but like all the time. So it's very interesting. So it says, before our first kiss, the air is electrified. Each breath is alive with possibility and magic. What will their kiss be like? Their tongue? Do they want me in return? The archetypal energy of the kiss is a heightened sensation of merging with others, of letting in what was moments ago separate. The two become one. It is risky but beautiful business. These risky but beautiful. I love that. I was gonna say it's risky business before I finished reading the sentence, so that's funny. These moments forever change us, and we move past the solitary self towards union and acceptance. This card suggests that true intimacy is around the corner, which requires bravery and surrender. When the kiss takes a non-human form, it may be experienced as touching the sacred, hearing the whisper, or being graced by a divine being. You will recognize the presence of the kiss by cold chills and an awakening of the heart. When down the story, it says, write down the story of your first kiss. What was changed in that moment? And it says, intimacy is multi-layered and requires our reflection. Revisit what you consider to be sensual, taboo, acceptable, and shameful. And it says, when light, sensual expressiveness merging and inviting. When dark, neediness, pressure, dominance, and disrespect. If you want to go deeper, watch Andy Warhol's 1963 film Kiss. So let me see if I find the womb here so I can get that one for you guys. There it is. Okay. So this says the nest, the belly, the origin. Everything has an origin story. The womb archetype asks us to contemplate the beginning beyond the beginning, the mother beyond the mother. In a world that often negates the power and necessity of feminine principles, this card returns us to the warmth, tenderness, and sacred intelligence from which we came. It is a card of receiving, not achieving, of accepting love from the mother of us all. She is the life-giving force that forgives and cherishes even the most wounded and disparate soul. No matter how lost you are, the womb awaits your return to help you heal and grow. This card is a call to keep things simple, to return, to be reborn in the name of love. The womb is everywhere. It is beyond gender, beyond time. We are within it as it is within us. And then it says, consider that Mother Earth must also have a mother. Imagine her. And then it says, what would honoring the feminine look like to you? Where would you begin? Imagining yourself as loved is a good place to start. Also, they have the symbol for Aries on this one, so I thought that was pretty cool. just so you guys know, because not all of these have a zodiac sign associated with it, so that's pretty neat.
That's pretty
And
neat.
then it says, and it says, when light, you have nourishment, harmony, warmth, and love. When dark, stricken, ecological crisis, infertility, and imbalance. If you want to go deeper, Gustave Courbet's The Origin of the World. So just with these two cards alone, what I want to say for you guys is, first of all, I have the song called In the Belly of a Whale, and I forgot who that's by, so I'm going to look it up really quick. I know that song is about Jonah's story, like in the Bible, but I don't think it's a Christian song, but it's still a good song, even if it is a Christian song. In the Belly of a Whale. It's, there is a VeggieTales version, but that's not the version I was thinking of. I think it's by Newsboys. But if I remember it, then I'll tell. If I do find it, then I'll have Becca put it in the description for you guys. But if not, you can look up that song or listen to the VeggieTales version. But what I want to say about this group is, first things first, is that I find this very funny. This week watched a video from this channel. It's Devin Lytle, and you can look her up. She's great. But she specifically did something this week about on her video where she wanted to get the experience of like returning to the womb for like a reset. And so she like did a couple things, but she actually did like the float tank. So for some of you guys, that might be something that could be really healing for you guys to help you get into that spirit of the womb, because in a float tank experience, you're very weightless. You're weightless because of all the Epsom salt that's in the water. So you're floating, and it's warm water, like body temperature water. So it's not cold, it's not hot, and you just kind of become like, I've heard a lot of people like describe it as like you just become a floating head and you're just existing, but that it really does help people kind of find peace and calmness, and can help with things like chronic pain and anxiety and stress and depression. And so I highly recommend it. I only done a float tank one time. I can say that I liked it. If you are really uncomfortable with being alone with your thoughts, maybe like work up to it, but it can be really, really relaxing. And I think that could be something that's really helpful for you guys, for one, because it seems like, for me, what's really beautiful about this is that I feel like what you guys do, like, yes, there's the obvious of like, you guys clearly want a relationship and a family with these cards, but what I also get is that you guys also really wanted to love yourselves. And I think you're starting to, or you have achieved it. Because with the womb, it talks about going back to the mother, going back to being unconditionally loved. How can you see yourself? How can you love yourself? And I think because of the fact that you've been willing to go into the depths of the womb, into your wounds, to look at your inner child, that's why the kiss came out first. Because the womb was under the deck, and it was saying, because you did the inner work, here is this thing that like I feel like a lot of people in this group have been wanting. Here's this relationship, this companionship, and no, it's not going to complete you, it's not everything, but it's still a big part of your life, that connection, that love. Because as Becca mentioned in one of the other piles, we're humans. Very, very rare to find a human that is completely fine with any social interaction. I actually think it might be impossible, but I can't say that because nothing's impossible, but it's very rare. Like, you need at least a little. And I feel like for you guys, you've been wanting this companion to go through life with for so long, and Spirit is saying like, hey, like, yes, we know it's taken a while, maybe longer than you would want. And they're saying like, but it's okay, because, you know, you've done this work, and now we're going to bless you with this beautiful connection. And you also now have this beautiful relationship with yourself, which is the most important part of this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Definitely agree. Sorry, it's just taking a second. The animal cards, they were being very picky.
Well, For you guys so far, I only have a couple of channel messages because I, was doing this. But you have blue topaz, which I don't even know if that's a real crystal or not. Hiccups, dolphins, owls, fingerprints, and then shine on by the kooks. Those came through as well.
Good song. Card. I'm doing your final card and then I'll lay them out. Just one, please. You guys are very deliberate about which cards they're sending out. For some of you, the message is actually, it's very interesting because for some of you, that kiss is about intimacy within yourself as well. And so the womb is what comes after that. So I feel like for some of you, the other part of that message is that you're actually, now that you've embraced yourself, like your womb is healed. Like it's kind of like it can go both ways kind of a situation. You have uplift each other. You have forgiveness, fulfillment, you have I'm sorry, which I put these up here, which at the bottom that says defensivelessness, righting a past wrong and uprooting. And then you also have a new earth and it says it's happening, keep holding the vision.
It's really interesting how these two sides are so different, but they make sense. Mm-hmm. Because with the forgiveness and the I'm sorry, like Becca was saying, you've healed that womb, and all of us come into this world with a little bit of womb trauma because we're human and pregnancy is never perfect. So a lot of people come into this world with different, womb trauma, things like that. And for me, this is about that, so far you have already forgiven yourself, and, you're, working on forgiving yourself, working on forgiving others, and also sorry for the things that you've done wrong, but not in a way beating yourself up, but just genuine, atonement and genuine, I'm letting this go now so I can be free. And then it's the other side is showing hold the vision because you've done it. And now you're going to be fulfilled.
Yes. You have sloth for the animal. And then you have the prophet, which I'll read this card in a moment. And then you have change, and it says, I embrace change in this new day and I adapt to what is to come. So the prophet, let me get to it here. It's number 21. Okay. It says, humanity has always been drawn in by symbols. They stick with us, creating a language of their own. Beware of high tide, skip the 13th floor, toss salt over a shoulder. The prophet knows the value of these signs. They appear subtle, whispering small curses and boons to those who listen. The prophet knows where to look for these signs, both in the external and internal worlds. She befriends the snake. She takes on an otherworldly air. She has a pearl of profound wisdom from which you can learn when you are ready to ask and receive. The meanings are follow the signs you're receiving and listen to the voices inside of you. So I think listen to the voices inside of you is important. For me, a lot of this is about forgiving internally, the divine feminine, or potentially divine masculine. I guess it depends on which one has gone through more trauma in your life. But I feel for a lot of people, this is one side forgiving the other. So your divine masculine forgiving your divine feminine, or your divine feminine forgiving your divine masculine. And basically what that means is you're balancing the two energies, and you are learning how maybe things in the past, you had learned incorrectly, like you'd been conditioned to think one way or to do something a certain way, or maybe you had trauma that happened and that caused a lot of issues and an imbalance. And so basically, this whole forgiveness side, like you're forgiving whatever happened to cause you to kind of close off to one side of yourself. And I feel like that's kind of, again, kind of like that kiss card. Like, yes, I do think for a lot of you, like, this is about like divine union, right? Like having a significant other and like having a family and all that. But I feel like for a lot of you, this is also about internally, because I talked about in one of the other piles how a lot of times the external world will mirror the internal. And I feel like the reason why you're starting to get more information about a significant other or a family is because you've done healing on the inside to allow for that to happen on the outside. And I think that that's going to be something that's very fulfilling, and very, I think maybe there was a time in your life where you didn't think that that was possible, or that you thought that, oh, I never would have that. Like, that's not something that's for me. And I think that because you've been going through all this healing and all of this changing and all of these different like levels, that you are actually coming to a place now where you're like, no, like I am allowed to have that. And I am good enough for this. And like, I can have this, I can create this, I can have the family and the relationship. And like, I am understanding that the more that I have that with myself, I'm actually attracting that on the outside now. So that thing that I've always wanted, I'm starting to give that to myself. And now it's coming on the external as well. Because I think for a lot of people, they don't realize that when someone says, like, you have to love yourself first, they don't mean that, like, you can't love anybody else, or like you have to like just only spend time with you, and like you have to be totally in love with yourself and like and have no flaws and blah blah blah. Like, no, it just means that you have to show yourself that love, and you have to go in there and you have to kiss the scars and you have to heal the wounds that are in there in order for yourself to open up to somebody else, or to open up to more opportunities, or to fulfillment, or to healing those bigger deeper wounds. And I think for a lot of you, like, you're coming out of a time where it may have been really, really hard and really, really heavy. And there may have been a lot of forgiveness that you had to do for yourself, for others. Um, I mean, obviously, it's all for you, regardless of who you forgive or who you don't forgive. But I think that you've learned that, like, there were a lot of wounds that were not your responsibility and not your fault. And that, yes, there were times when you could have treated yourself better, but you did the best with what you could, and you did the best with what you knew and the best with what you had learned. And I think that you've come to realize that you kept yourself as safe as you possibly could. And so it's okay. Now you can go in and say, I'm so sorry that I couldn't do more for you, but I'm here now. And I think that that's a huge thing for this group, is that you finally kind of accepted that. And that's allowing you to like help other people through those same things that happened to you, which I think is why the uplift each other and the prophet are here. Because I feel like, well, and even like the new earth, like, I feel like your world is completely shifted and changed. Like, if you looked back on the you that you were 5 years ago, I bet you wouldn't even recognize them. And it's kind of like you've shed a lot of that old protected, like, ego wounded part of yourself, and now you're really allowing yourself to be who you are meant to be. And the sloth for me is all about going slow, yes, but going deliberately, and like knowing that you can take those little baby steps and take your time, and to really allow yourself to mature at your own pace. Because I feel like it's really important when you go through the healing to not rush the process. And I think that that's kind of a nod at the fact that, like, these things are happening for you because you did the process the way that it was supposed to be, and you still are. And like, we're never going to be fully healed. But the thing is now you've gotten to a point where you can start helping others heal, and other people are going to start coming into your life more often that are here to help you heal even more, because healing is a lifelong journey. But the thing is that you're finding out that you're not alone like you thought you were. And I think that that's a really, really important thing for this group to hear.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Take those off. So we're going to go into the astrology section, which is basically like, where are you on this path? Like, you know, what is the current status? Maybe some timing, if they'll give us any timing on like when maybe your dreams will come in. I feel like with this group, it's not so much timing because I think you're already kind of living in your dream. Like it's all about like the present. And I think like, yes, there are things you're probably manifesting, but I think Spirit's probably going to talk more about like your progress and like maybe a couple like confirmations and tips and stuff. So let me grab that stuff for you. Okay, you have Black Moon Lilith mystery number 12, and that reduces to 3. And actually, that makes a ton of sense, and I'll go into that in a minute. And then you have Earth Element Stability number 38, which is 11 when reduced. Oh, just to show you, the bottom of the deck is the 7th house of partners, which is number 31, which equals 4. It's Libra energy. I think for a lot of you in this group, like your focus right now is really yourself. And I think that, yes, you want a relationship and yes, you want a family and those things are coming. But I think you've kind of gotten to a point where you're very comfortable with understanding that like you are your number one right now. And I think that you're starting to really like sit in your power when it comes to self-love. So I feel like your focus isn't necessarily on that relationship right now. Two cards from 5 of 4, please. Okay. This card has wanted to come out like 8,000 times. It says a win-win outcome is forecast, full moon in Libra. So again, more Libra energy. More please. Okay. Oh, exciting. Okay. And then the other one is the end of a tough cycle approaches, full moon in Capricorn. Please. Okay, so you have Venus, which is love, pleasure, values, possessions. Again, Libra, and then Taurus energy. I think it's interesting because you had a card that talked about Aries, and this card will come out. Thank you. Okay, and then you have first house, which is I am, which is Aries and Mars. This is the house of the self and identity. Here's where we can see one's personality, behavior, character, physical appearance, as well as their attitude towards life. It starts with the sign known as the ascendant. One more, please. Okay. And then your last one of these is the 12th house, which is Pisces and Neptune. And it says, I surrender. This is the house of intuition and the unconscious. Here is where we can see transcendent experiences, hospitals, prisons, secret agendas, and hidden enemies, as well as unknown possibilities and one's weaknesses. This house is also associated with long-term confinement, seclusion, and psychic abilities. And I feel like you guys have been in a seclusion for a while, but not in a bad way. Like, I think you guys have been in a seclusion on purpose, like one where you can really get that time that you need to dive into your own inner world without anybody else there to kind of influence it. I'm going to get 2 cards and then I'll go into why the Black Moon Lilith is really important. Okay, so you have Leo energy. This is also Venus and Saturn, and it says Azobra, prestige and mastery. May your strength be acknowledged so respect shines among others. So that's commending you for how strong you've been. And I'll do one more. And then the other one is Alkil, which is guardianship and protection. Do not fear to lose what you already have. Your heart is a guardian and your soul the brightest star. This is Libra and Scorpio, and then Mars and Saturn energy. And honestly, like, this for me just tells me that you've really been building a super strong, stable foundation. And I don't know, obviously, for how long, but I feel like it's been for a while. And I think that that's been very, very, very hard and very difficult. And some of you might even be coming out of like your Saturn return. Like, you might have gone through like a tough, like 3 or 4 years where like things just have been really heavy and hard. And now it's time to come out of that and to really lean on that foundation that you've built during that time. Black Moon Lilith is really, really important because the Black Moon Lilith can show you secret traumas, but specifically Black Moon Lilith is all about kind of like your sexual weaknesses, and also preferences. But I mean, it's mostly like when you think of like Black Moon Lilith is always seen as kind of like dark, right? Because Lilith in if you are religious at all, like Lilith in the Bible, which they don't really talk about her in there, but basically the story of Lilith is that she was Adam's first wife, and she basically stood up to him, and he like banished her, and like she's, I don't know, and she's kind of seen as like the woman who's scorned, kind of. But like when you think of Black Moon Lilith mystery, like it's very much like that hidden aspect of yourself that like you don't really want to show to other people, or that you might be ashamed of. And so I feel like it's very, very important for this group, because I think that you've dealt a lot with the wounds that are surrounding that. Like you've dealt a lot with like those things that you wanted to keep hidden, or that you've kind of felt like maybe the world will never know, because like you'll never open up that deep to anyone ever, because those, you know, that's not, nobody needs to see that. And it's like you're kind of realizing that by shunning those parts of yourself, you are really limiting yourself. And I think that you've gone in and done that work and gone up to those parts and said, hey, like, I'm sorry that I shunned you. Like, I care about you and you matter to me. And I think that that's really been healing for this group. You have so much loving energy, like so much like Libra, seventh house Venus, like that energy in this group. And I think that it's really important because I think that's been building your confidence. So the more love that you've been giving yourself, the more passion, the more like healing and like forgiveness and apologies like that you've been giving yourself, and not in, like Lena said, not in like a beating up yourself kind of a way, but in a way that allows you to really feel seen and heard by yourself. Like that's so important, to have that relationship with yourself. That relationship is the most important relationship you'll ever have in your life. And I think that you guys have been really developing that relationship, and that's given you a super strong foundation. And I think that you are coming into a place of feeling so grounded and so fulfilled because you finally are at a place where you're like, yeah, I do care about myself and I do love myself and I do deserve better treatment than what I've had in the past. And I think that you're going to be able to discern what is good for you and what's not. And that's why you're able to have somebody come into your life now that's meant for you, because they will see that confidence. They'll see those parts of you that you tried to hide, that you've healed, and say, I love those parts of you. And I think that that's super beautiful because it's a new beginning where you're surrendering to all of that and allowing for these big changes to come in and end this big cycle that you just went through.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm writing down my last message. Okay, so I'm gonna read the channel messages that I got so far, and then I'm gonna go into what I think about the oracles, the astrology oracles. First of all, I agree with everything that Becca just said, and I think that this group really needed to hear that and to know that. Excuse me, I just burped a little bit, so I know they say that when you do that, that it's accurate. So you're accurate, Becca.
Thanks.
So you got Bo's chicken pot pie, but then also followed by that you got veganism. So for some of you, maybe you want chicken pot pie, and some of you like vegan food is more appealing. You can make vegan chicken pot pie. There's fresh air, fruits and veggies. Taiwan came through. England, Paris. The song "Englishman in New York" by Sting. Teacups, a little cottage, a yellow umbrella. Taxi cabs, toffee, Star versus the Forces of Evil, which is a great show. It's very cute, very lighthearted, but also surprisingly profound at the same time. It's something I highly recommend. Good as Hell by Lizzo, a sheepdog, specifically a Shetland sheepdog. Yep. Keep Doing You, Babe, and Watch the World Change Around You was just like something that came in, so I wrote it down. Honeybees and Sunflowers. And then you have here, You Are Not Broken. And then you have You Deserve Love No Matter What. So that's the last channeled message that I got. For this one, I actually want to share a little bit of a personal story, like not getting too much into it, but just a little bit, because I can really relate to the energy of this group, and I really like vibe. I want to say that I've been, like we support and obviously encourage people to, get help for their mental health, to have a good support system, all those things. But I personally have been in therapy for a while. And when I first went to see my therapist, I was distraught. Like, I really didn't like myself. I would hold any little thing that I ever did against myself. I would constantly just think that I was a bad person, that any mistake that I had ever made, like even like it sounds so silly now, but like there was this one time where my aunt gave my cousin as a gift silly putty, and she gave me a different gift. And I was just a little kid, like I had to be like not any older than 6 years old, and I was just kind of sad that I didn't get silly putty, so I was kind of pouting. And I remember my mom got really mad at me, and she said I was being like ungrateful and that I made my aunt feel bad. And I held on to that. Like, I was in therapy at like 18 years old, crying to my therapist that I was a terrible person because I wasn't grateful, because my aunt didn't give me silly putty like I wanted her to. And I remember when I told my aunt about this, she was like, I don't even remember that. She was like, you need to let that go, sweetheart. You were way too hard on yourself. She was like, and it was my fault anyway. She's like, I watched children for a living. I should have known better than to make sure that you guys all got the exact same gift. Like, that's usually how it goes. That way there's no fighting, like, and but I was so hard on myself for that. And I remember that I once cried and cried and cried to my therapist that I told her that I didn't think that anybody could ever love me, ever, unless that they knew every single bad thing that I have ever done, said, every mistake, every bad thought that I've ever had, because if they didn't know that about me, then there was no way that they could possibly love me, because I was just living a lie. That is an insane amount of pressure to put on yourself. Do you know how many thoughts we have go through our heads a day? Do you know how many people think random, wild, crazy things a day? Do you know how many people have made mistakes? Do you know, like, my parents, my loved ones, Becca has made mistakes. All of us, like, Becca is my best friend, and I'm sure she's made plenty of mistakes in her life. And I remember my therapist turned to me and she had told me, she said, if someone in your life was talking to you the way that you were talking, like, not talking to you, but if someone in your life was talking to themselves the way that you were talking to yourself, what would you do? And I was just like, I would be there for them and I would comfort them and I would tell them that they're not awful and that they deserve love no matter what. And it kind of took me that moment to realize basically how hard I was being on myself. And it didn't come all at once. Like, it wasn't like I realized that day and I was like, oh well, I'm just better now. Like, it took a long time and a lot of work. And it's like, so for you, this group, like, I really, really feel like, yes, you guys have really built that stable foundation. You might have been where I was, where you just penalized yourself for every little thing. And, like, it seems silly, but we have to forgive ourselves for those things. Like, I had to forgive myself for holding my own self hostage for that long, for trauma and holding on to things that weren't mine. Like, no, they weren't necessarily my fault. Like, I've heard this before from people, like, on TikTok and things like that, and I agree with the statement, which is, you are never at fault for your trauma, but it is still your responsibility to heal it, even though it's not your fault. And the problem is that I was blaming myself for my trauma, and therefore I couldn't heal from it. And of course, I'm always going to be healing, like we always all are as people. But I guess I really wanted to share that because I wanted people to know that when you're going through that hard time, like, and if you're feeling called to share your story with other people, that you should. Because I think there was a time, maybe even a year ago, that I would have never talked about this in a reading because I would have been too embarrassed to admit that I ever treated myself like that, because we're on here and we're trying to inspire you guys. And, like, I have a Leo moon, so I care about what I look like to other people, okay? And I'm also a Libra, so there's that too. So, like, just being 100% honest. Yeah, there would have been a time that I wouldn't have told anybody that. And now, like, I've come to a place of being like, yeah, like, I can own that. I can embrace that. I can embrace that that is part of my past. The way that I treated myself was so awful. And then I've come a long way from that. And then I still have a long way to go, because I always will. Like, we're always learning how to love ourselves better. But that, just basically that you're not alone in this, and that, you really have in this group put in the work, and that you should be, like, excuse my French, but you should be fucking proud. Like, you really, really should. And I think that's why the end of this tough cycle is approaching, and you have, like, this win-win outcome coming, because really, like, you have put in that work. And even if it doesn't feel like it some days, like, and you might not be exactly where you want to be in certain places in your life, but it's kind of like what Becca said in one of the other piles. I think it was in group one. where she mentioned that you were never going to be 100% perfect and ready for love. And now I have Ready for Love by 17 in my head, but there you go. But you're never going to be 100% ready for love, for the perfect job, for kids, for whatever, because we're human and we're never 100% ready. But you can get yourself to a point where you love yourself enough and respect yourself enough that you can be open to those things coming into your life without like the walls up. And so yeah, sorry, this was just super long, but I really wanted to felt called to share that, I should say, and I hope that it was helpful for someone.
I'm sure it was. Yeah. Okay. So, did you have any other comment on the cards themselves?
No.
Okay.
Thank you for
right.
that.
I will move them out. Okay, so basically now we're going to go into the tarot portion, which basically this section is about like how can you reach this dream, or any tips, tricks, advice your spirit guides have, / your spiritual team / your ancestors, whoever's coming through for you. They will give some advice now, which I think this group and group 1 are the only 2 groups that really told us about like what your guys' like dream is. And so like I'm kind of curious what they're gonna say as far as tarot goes. Because let's see. I think that you guys are actually actively working, like you're in your dream right now. Like it may not feel like it yet, but I think like with this group, I just feel like they keep saying like they're already in it, like you're already living it. You have Temperance.
If I'm falling, baby, don't blame me.
Okay, you have the Chariot. These are some major arcana. You have Strength. You have the 2 of Pentacles, 2 of Materials. And then you have 3 of Voices, 3 of Swords. And then at the bottom of the deck, you actually have the Muse of Emotions, which is the King of Cups, which makes a ton of sense for this group, if you ask me. Okay, sorry, I'm just straightening them. They're driving me nuts. Okay, so for this group, like, I feel like Spirit's basically saying, like, you have already done so much work and you're so brave and like you are like super balanced, first of all. And I think they want you to know that like things are moving so quickly right now, and like divinely guided things are going to be like flowing into your life, because basically you're healing and have healed this 3 of Swords energy. So right now they're asking you to balance like your strength with anything that's left that you're working through. And if you're watching this pile and you haven't done a lot of the healing, like most of you have, but I know, like, for instance, if you haven't yet, this is supposed to be encouragement for you. And it's saying like you're going to feel so strong, so emotionally balanced, so loved, so cared for, so much better, so light and free. Like, allow yourself to really work through these things if you haven't already. But for most of you, you have worked through a lot of this. You've worked through a ton of this heartbreak, a ton of this like fear and pain. And it's like these lights are shining up now, and you've balanced this out with your strength. And I think that that's really honestly like all of these beautiful divine dreams and goals and things are just, they're just flying into your life. Like you're flying into the future right now. But I think like this group is kind of like, I feel like you're kind of unconcerned, which is a good thing. Like I feel like you've really learned how to let go and just allow for things to move forward. And that's really hard because like we're humans, right? Like we kind of attach to outcomes, which there's nothing wrong with that happening sometimes. Like nobody can believe 100% of the time. It's impossible. And I'm not even going to say like, oh, well, anything's possible because like it is impossible to believe 100% of the time without doubt. So, I think that there's still going to be those times where like you might have a wound that comes up later down the road and you're like, man, I thought I dealt with that. It's like, well, you did, but that's part of you now, which there's actually a quote. I don't think I put it out. Actually, let me grab. There's a quote that's popping into my head, and I feel like I have to read it to you. And it's by one of the guys in Monsta X. I think it's by Hyung Won, but let me look. Yeah. Okay, so he said, you can't keep these separate. They're part of you. They're part of the world you live in. They help shape who you are now, even if you don't realize it. If you don't know who you are, that's fine. And that quote popped into my head because it's like, I think for a lot of you, like, there may still be some residual parts that, like, you're kind of hoping, you can heal them and then they'll go away. And then, like, you'll just be light because they're gone. And it's like, these are part of you. And, like, you need to embrace them fully. Because some of you, like, yes, you've already done that. But, like, for some of you, that's the key, is knowing that those parts of you are still part of you and they still kept you safe. They still made you who you are. And like, you just show those parts love and know that those have helped create you. They've helped shape you. And like, you're not ever going to be free of them because those are literally a part of your foundation and they made you. And yes, like you can be upset about them sometimes, or like when those traumas come up, like, yeah, feel your feelings, be angry, be sad, be, whatever it is. But just know that, when those things come up, like they're not flaws. They're not something that's keeping you from moving forward or from having things that are good for you in your life. They're just a part of you. And all of the parts of you are beautiful. And I think that that's something really, really great that this group has been learning. And I think that it's something that's going to be really beautiful and helpful and something that they can share with others that will really help other people understand themselves even more. And I feel like this group is really like a group of leaders, who's here to help people understand their emotions and understand their traumas and to help lead them to a place where love is what they experience on a daily basis.
Hmm. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I just have, sorry, I'm writing this down. Okay. So I just have the last couple messages here from channel messages, which they were just songs. So you got what I mentioned already, but I still am gonna say it again. Ready for Love by 17. Then you have Perfect Day by Hoku, which always makes me think of Legally Blonde, which I feel like is a super great movie for this group because Elle Woods is an icon. She comes from this, like, everyone has these perceptions of her that she's like just a dumb blonde. And then she gets into law school and she ends up becoming like a super top-notch lawyer and is actually really smart and has a lot to offer. Like, great movie. And then you have What Makes You Different Makes You Beautiful by Backstreet Boys, which is a throwback, but there you go for that. And then as far as the tarot goes, I basically agree with everything that Becca just said. And I feel like, you guys are really coming into your own. You're really shining a light on yourself. And like she said, just because some old traumas sometimes are going to get triggered, it doesn't mean that you're back at square one. I think a lot of times we tend to think that, like, if something that we, worked on comes back up, like, I remember that that's also something my therapist told me, because when I was going to her for, okay, here's more of me being vulnerable, but going to her for like depression, anxiety, intrusive thoughts with OCD, like all these things, very like intense stuff. I used to tell her all the time, like exactly what Becca was just talking about. Like, I want to be better. I want to fix it. Like, I want it to go away. Like, I never want to have these thoughts again. I never want to be in this situation. You know what I mean? Like, I never want, like, I want it to go away. And she, she was straight with me and she said, that's not possible. She said, it's part of you now. Like, it's unfortunate, but it's true. Like, but it's nothing to be ashamed of. And I remember she told me, she was like, but look, if you work with me and you work with yourself and you do the work, she was like, you're going to go from having these anxiety and panic attacks and like these, really hard times. She goes, going from once a week to once a month to every 6 months to, every year. She goes, and then if you stay and you keep doing the work, you're going to go from every year to every 5 years. She goes, and then we're going to shoot for 10 years, like that you go without having these. And yeah, she's right. It's 100% true. I mean, I think that, I've had, I still get moments sometimes of these like intrusive thoughts of this stuff like that I can't shake, where like I'm spiraling. I was like, but the thing is that I have the tools and I know how to come back now. So just because I have a moment or you guys have a moment, it doesn't mean that all is lost. And I think that's something that, because with that Three of Swords, I think that's something that you guys can tend to do a little bit. And that's just kind of why Spirit's bringing it up, is like this need of like getting down on yourself if like these things come back up, like Becca mentioned. And you just have to be like, you know what? Yeah, sometimes this stuff is going to come up and it might not be the best moment or the best, day, right? Like at the moment you're like, but there's still, um, there's still hope. Like, I think that hope is really important for this group. Like, actually holding on to hope is going to be really, really important. And, you can definitely have that. Because look at, you're strong, like Becca said already. Like, you have so much like major arcana energy here. You're super strong. You have what it takes to get through this. And if you're in a great space right now, then like keep going, and then just know that when it is hard, that you're going to get back through it again, because life is ebbs and flows. It is never just up and it is never just down. You are always going to be coming back to the middle. And yeah, I think that that's really cool.
I think so too. And the song Everything's Not Lost by Coldplay popped into my head when Lena was talking. So if you haven't heard that song, I highly recommend. Coldplay's been one of my favorite bands since I was like a wee child. Maybe not a wee child, but really young, basically.
A wee lass.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to move on to stickers. And then after your stickers, we're going to do the oracles, like the handmade ones. Oh, hold on. Let me just mix this up a little bit more. Okay.
There's also a song, The Good, the Bad, and the Middle by Zach Berkman, and I highly recommend that song because it talks about what Becca and I were just talking about, how things are not always good, nor are they always bad, and they also do come back to the middle.
Yes. Oh no, this stuck to this sticker. Oh, there you go. Okay. You have want to talk about it. A lot of groups have gotten stuff about tacos today. You have this really cute like school couple. So you might meet somebody at like school or in class. Or maybe you both are like teachers or something. I don't know, but that could be for somebody. You cannot do it all, and that's okay. Yes, sometimes you need to give yourself a break and know that like you're only human. Also, sorry, my cat like bumped the cord. But you have to remember that you're human and that you can only do so much, and like you're never going to be perfect. Like there's no such thing as perfect. Okay, you have I call this the love messages, but it's like little flowers and then a little butterfly coming out of like a little envelope. And so for me, like this is usually like loving communication. And I think this is important, like loving communication to yourself. You have the laptop. So for me, that's about like maybe communicating online, reaching out through social groups. You might get a message from someone unexpectedly, from social media, or maybe, like you watch movies on your laptop, or you are learning something new and researching something, online classes, maybe. You have the girl who's like stretching outside in front of like the sunrise or sunset. I don't know which one. But basically, like maybe getting out into nature, like maybe yoga is something that would be really helpful. Actually, yoga is supposed to be very, very healing for people who want to reconnect to their body. And it's very easy on your body to start with. So if you are someone that needs to kind of like nurture yourself in some ways, yoga, stretching, like that can be really, really good for a lot of different things, but especially for being gentle while still allowing yourself to show your body some love. You have St. Patrick's Day, so that could be important. You might meet somebody in March, or it could just be a day where like you go out with friends and like you just have a really good time, or March could be important for another reason. You have ramen with eggs, so maybe you need to eat some comfort foods, which you have the little cat sushi. So
That looks like
yes. And then you also have like the little cat trio. So this is kind of like a hanging out with friends, like doing things that are comforting, like finding like-minded people. You
hang
are
out with
limited
cats.
edition. Sorry.
I said hang out with cats.
Yeah, hang out with cats if you like cats, if you're a cat person. You also have you are a limited edition. You have the hang 10. Maybe you need to go to the beach and like go surfing or something. You have the shy boy and the angry girl. So this may be some inner conflict, but it may just be that like I don't know, it's also kind of cute. So it also makes me think like maybe there might be some little like cute little playful banter bickering going on between you and somebody, or it could just be like your inner children and you're having to sort out a little bit of a hiccup, but like it's nothing huge. And then the last thing you have is let's go explore. So you may be wanting to go explore, to learn something new, to go on an adventure. Again, like maybe you want to go to the beach, or you want to go like outdoors somewhere that you haven't been before. Maybe you want to try a new taco place or something. Like I feel like, allowing yourself to get out and about sometimes, of course, within reason, be safe, please, but like getting yourself out and about to new places where you can experience like new energies and like fresh energy, like that's really, really important for this group, I think.
I agree with that. We have here your last channel message that I have, which is a song from Tangled, which we've had Disney references literally in every pile. It is the song that I see the light, and at last I see the light. So that song, I love that song. Please, if you haven't heard it, look it up because it's very soft.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So these we're gonna do your handmade oracles. These ones are lyrics from songs off of the album, and you'll only get 2 of these, so I'll have to shuffle them. And then these ones are quotes from the members with channeled messages, and you'll get the last 3 of these since the other ones were all used in the other groups. You have special ones. So let me go ahead and shuffle a couple of these out for you. When you get down to like the last like 4. Okay, there's one.
Yeah, hard to shuffle when you get down to the last few.
Okay, this one keeps popping out, so take it. Okay, so for your songs, you have But that's a you problem. You know it's out my hands. You count on me to solve them because you've been making plans. About us, it's simple. Get lost in the romance and just dance. I said that's a you problem. I told you I'm your man. I'm only here for your love. I don't need no plan. About us, it's simple. Get lost in the romance and just dance. Some of you might need to like get your body moving a little bit more, like dance around and get some energy like flowing out. And that'll help too. Like if you're having a hard time, like with, you know, maybe you're still healing some stuff and you have some energy that needs to be kind of like moved around, like dancing is super important. That can be really beneficial for that. And then the other one you got is the dreaming, which if you were attracted to pile 3, then this was the song for pile 3. So that's a, you know, a key for you. And it says, so if you're halfway through it, would you even want to do it? Is finding the gold worth losing the rainbow? The colors are there. Are they the same though? Maybe you know the moment you have it, but getting to hold it lets go of the magic. If touching the sky is why we're all reaching, are we missing the point and missing the meaning? So basically for me, like that's a very like, that song is actually pretty philosophical. But it talks a lot about like, you know, enjoying the journey while you're on it. And I feel like this group is doing that currently. But I think that sometimes as humans, we can tend to get ahead or we can tend to be in the past. And I think that there's a big call to make sure that you're staying in the present and recognizing the accomplishments. And it's okay to look back on the past and say like, wow, look how far I've come. And it's okay to look to the future and say, man, I have some goals that I'm really excited to reach. But, you know, make sure that you're also appreciating the present and knowing that like right now is a gift, which is why it's called a present. So just keep that in mind.
Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, Kung Fu Panda. I don't remember who actually said that originally. It was not Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, but that's what I thought of.
Okay, so your first quote is, every single one of you are precious and have the right to be happy. Close your ears to the world. Believe in yourself, your happiness, your energy, because you deserve it. And that's by Juhani. And it's letters, smiley faces, bees, and sunflowers, which Lena channeled those. Summer, sunshine, fire, pink, 15, 6, 42, boats, alligators, frogs, salad, sandals, and sunset.
It's weird because I channeled them in that order specifically. Spirit, that's scary.
You have, I think it's the most important to do what you want. Go after what you really want to do. And that's by Minhyuk. And his is painting, whales, lamp, bubbles, inner child, solar plexus, yellow, haircut, scissors, crafting, 33, red, Sailor Moon, and kitchen playset.
I love Sailor Moon. Star versus the Forces of Evil, which is a show that I channeled for you, the creator of that show actually really loves Sailor Moon, so there's a lot of like little nods and references to Sailor Moon in that show, so kind of a connection there.
And then the last one you have is, we say keep moving forward and never give up, and before you know it, you'll find yourself standing right where you wanted to be. And that's also by Juhani. And it's ants, lava lamp, chicken, hot pot, dimples, sunrise, 18, infinite, yellow, orange, history, shells, tangerines, and the number 70. Did you have any other messages for them?
Nope, that was it. And now I have you probably.
Yes. Well, hopefully that gave you some confirmation and some good advice and good information. Let us know what you thought. Put a like, a comment, hit subscribe, check out our social medias, and of course, check out Monsta X. Please listen to The Dreaming. It is a beautiful album, and we love them, and we love their music. If you want us to do any other readings with other groups or anything like that, let us know. We will look at it. But yeah, hopefully we will see you guys in our next reading.
Bye.